Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast's back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something, my focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding, and I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you and I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we ballin' out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. Ain't no in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice, yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Kia ora na talofalawa, whakalofalai atu Yoli, and a warm Pacific greetings to you from Bill Norris Oval in Beenleigh, Queensland. A big welcome wherever you're watching from around not only Australia, but around the world as well. This is the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. My name is Tivoli Guthrie in commentary, and I am joined by esteemed guest, longtime Samoan Touch representative Michael Rasmussen, the godfather of Samoa Touch here. Mike, how are you?
Godfather now, a bit older now. Good
Godfather
morning.
or grandfather?
Both. Good morning and pleasure to join you again for day 2.
Day 2, yeah, well, what a day 1 was. And we are ripping straight into it as well. On field 2, we have a top-of-the-table clash in the men's open section there, Mike. We've got the Maori versus the Indigenous. As we see the team list come up on the screen there. Who are the ones you'll be watching out for after yesterday's play, Mike?
Yeah, I think for the Indigenous side, all eyes on Marlon Doak. He just can change a game when he's ready to turn it on, and he can turn it off and on whenever he wants to. So from me, Marlon's the one to watch on the Indigenous. And, I mean, where do I start on the Maori team list? They've got strike all over the park. So this will be a good hit out.
Yeah, definitely will. And we saw them in action yesterday in Māori. They went undefeated, racking up a bunch of tries and conceding only a few. So they'll be definitely the ones to beat in terms of the open men's section. But as we say, don't sleep on the Indigenous. As we tap off the Indigenous in the strip going from left to right on your screen, the Māori in the green and white going from right to left, as we'll have probably quite a tentative start. We've had a spot of rain overnight, so the ground is going to be a little bit wet and dewy. Here's Doak on the ball, as you mentioned in pre-game. Mike, just on the 7-metre line, and look for him to pull the strings.
Yeah. We'll see if he's on straight away this morning.
Looking to dummy, he's throwing it around, offloading to captain Chase Shaw. That's exactly the way you want to start a game, playing against the top of the table Māori outfit, and Chase Shaw grabs the first try of the morning.
Yep, and what better way to start? Quade's going to want to get one back on him here. He's going to, that family rivalry, he won't want Chase to be the only one that scores in this game.
Chase Shaw, the captain of the Indigenous side. Great work in the lead-up from Marlon Doak. He just held on to the ball, didn't he? 2 hands, always threatening, 2 hands on the ball. As the Māori tap off, They were very, very clinical on their attack. You can tell that they've been playing together for a while. As we see Dayberg Muir coming round on the sweep. Dummy, they go short side. Hayata, he's made his way into the end goal, looking for an extra player. Great mirror defense from the Indigenous. That is an excellent exhibition of mirror defense from the Indigenous side there.
Yeah, Kurt Runge just held... Oh, Kurt Runge, yeah, just didn't get away from his man. And QJ's very light on his feet, so QJ knows how to stick to a man in touch.
There's Tyler Love now, throwing a bullet pass, just ricketing off the chest there.
Drum's probably asking some questions. Tyler, it's first game, you better hit me on those ones.
Oh, tentative start there from the Māori side. They tried to throw everything they could at the Indigenous. There were threats from all over the park yesterday. Sometimes it was a bit hard to keep up, as we see Simpson making his way over to the box, throwing a few dummies and wrapping around the look to get some fresh numbers on. I was very impressed with Matthew Taylor's play yesterday. He was very instrumental for the Indigenous in the number 13 strip, just losing their way a little bit. Great recovery there, though, from Chase Shaw. And a little bobble at the roll ball, yeah, it sort of became unstuck towards the end of that set, didn't it, Michael?
Yeah, you got to go with intent there, and that's what Māoris do really well. When they get on that field, as soon as they pass that halfway, it's all speed, and Indigenous, you can't slow it up because they're going to use their little techniques to put you off your game there.
And there's another little bobble in return. Called play on by the referee. The scoop comes out of half. They go to the short side. That's Lennox Taker looking for a switch to his brother. Lennox and Kaya Taker, they were in everything yesterday for the Māori, and they've just combined to get their first one of the afternoon.
The brothers, they're back for day 2.
There it is, just a scoop to the short side and a quick switch in the middle. 1-1 is the current score. And the Indigenous, they'll be looking to not let this game get away from them. I think that's probably what a lot of the teams that played against the Māori did, or they conceded yesterday, was once the Māori got sort of 2 tries clear, 3 tries clear, they sort of kept on with it, and the other teams almost dropped their heads a little bit. They'll want to stay on their toes. Another bobble at the roll ball, and the weather definitely playing a part in this first opening fixture. A few unforced errors from both teams. Bailey Teo Haere in the number 13 strip for the Māori. He was outstanding out on the wing yesterday, finishing absolutely everything, and then could probably count on one hand, if that, how many times he subbed. Tyler Love, he likes looking for...
You can't count how many on one hand he scored, but or 2 hands, or even maybe your feet.
As the step goes to the short side. Great defense there from Shaw. He was onside. 2 feet hit the line. And great defense there from the Indigenous. They shut the Māori out on that one.
Kalis, he'll ease into this game, and I think he'll, I was just talking to his young brother just before this, saying when's he going to get his spot and his opportunity to play for the Māoris. He reckons next year he'll try and push his brother out, so let's see what Kalis has got here.
Just more sibling rivalry, isn't it? And it's great to see, as we mentioned yesterday on the broadcast, how many family connections there are, not just in this fixture, but also across all 7 of our nations, 7 nations, 12 teams all up at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, an extension of last year's event, as they look for a rooster play, peeling around, creating the extra numbers on the open side. Marlon Doak gets a hand to it.
Probably the wrong man to go on, I think. Marlon, you probably want to play away from him. He's a very smart defender. You would have saw in that game yesterday when Samoa needed that try, and he just shifted momentum by getting in that lane, and they capitalised on that. And yeah, you've got to get away from him. He's very clever. And
it was adjudicated to not have actually come off Doak's hand, and so the Indigenous get the turnover. Simpson, he was another one that was impressive yesterday. Just a real workhorse for this Indigenous side, number 8 for the Indigenous. As they approach the back end of their set, Chase Shaw comes out of half, skips to the left-hand side. A referee has spotted a touch and pass there, though. There was a hint of it.
Eyes on Goose. Both teams did that sneaky little sub-off down the sideline play yesterday, so let's see if they can get each other for it today.
Yeah, Goose Butler, he was on the socials yesterday as well. Great try that he set up for Jari. And the Māori, this is what they did probably better than most yesterday, was owning this orange zone. Dayberg Muir comes around on the sweep, Taker, quick offload to Robson. Great identification, though, from Lifu Bray. And the Indigenous, I'm impressed with their defence to start this game on.
Yeah, but they got to be strong, and they've just given it away here.
And that's probably what's been their undoing in the opening exchanges. We're 5 minutes into this. We are running 15-minute halves here at the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Cade Robson working in the middle with Skinner. And they're looking to run that little trail line. And great identification there once again from the Indigenous. They're reading this Māori attack well. They probably have done a little homework perhaps, watching a bit of the footage from yesterday. All games live streamed as well.
Yeah, and I think some of these guys have played at the top and they played against Drummy, you know, here and there. And Goose does get there.
Great touch there. Yeah,
he's fast.
It was a bit of a trend that that we've noticed sort of over the last couple of months, where they go to run that punish play but make the touch on the link. And then when they split to the short side, really just isolates the link defender as they throw the cutout ball. No touch was made. They get them that time. And Dayberg Muir crosses over for the Māori second.
That's a killer. Just defended his actual power play, then to let him bounce outside of you. I mean, we can't see it on the camera there, but obviously Goose is coming a little bit too tight and didn't get out.
Yeah, just got on the outside and managed to avoid the touch there, Dayberg Muir. 2-1 is the score, and it's high fives around in the Māori box as play gets back underway. There's Taylor on the ball. Off the mark was an appeal from the Māori side. Ball swings back to the middle of the park. Here's Taylor on the ball. Sweepers coming around. They feed the sweep, throwing short. They're looking for the phase play, the second phase, but the Māori just pulling out of that one.
Marlon with the flick.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to put on a show, doesn't he, Marlon Doak? He's definitely a player for the crowds to flock here and see. And just speaking of the crowds, if you are around Bill Norris Oval, the sort of Beenley area, get down. We'd love to have you. It was an amazing atmosphere yesterday. Plenty of people around, and it was an excellent product on the field as well.
Yep.
As the Māori just losing their way a little bit. Yeah, they're coming to a static last play as a result. Taker looks to go off the right foot. Easily defended there, though, by Matthew Taylor. And not really what we've come accustomed to see from this Māori team.
No, but again, we always knew this was the game you had to watch, and there's a forward pass. Come to the bunker, I would have called that too, sir.
Yeah, it is a top-of-the-table clash, and what a way to start the second day of the tournament this year. Both teams last year were in an exhibition match, or exhibition teams, I would say, playing against all the other nations as the Māori look to scoop to the right-hand side. And this year they are in the competitive realms of the tournament, which is awesome to see. A step-back dive from Hayata.
Did he hold it? He did.
Touch was made there, though, from Brown and Simpson, shoring up that middle channel.
And if you are around Beenley, we got DJ Ballin on the decks today, keeping us entertained. He's going to keep us entertained throughout the whole day down here.
Looking to run the passive, that deep link ball, just not quite going to hand, though. And you can see the conditions playing a part, can't you, Mike? I mentioned earlier we had a spot of rain overnight, so the ball is dewy, the ground is a little bit wet underfoot. What kind of impact do you think that'll have on not only this game, but as the tournament progresses?
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to tighten up their plays a little bit, try and get underneath as opposed to throw it left to right. But I think players like Marlon, Lennox, it doesn't matter what conditions, they're still going to be able to do what they want to do. And again, they let that one slide, but the Indigenous probably got to be smarter around this ruck, getting a bit lazy.
Yeah, they've really struggled to gain any sort of forward momentum, the Indigenous side, and that's where the Māori have it over them in the first 10 minutes of this one. It's been probably about 5 or 10 minutes since the Indigenous have made it to the Māori 7 as Dayberg Muir skips away from Shaw, goes to the right-hand side. That's great yardage there from Jermaine Dayberg Muir. The ball swings back to the middle, and he'll sweep back the other way, Drummy. He gets the ball, looking to go to the short side. He'll play another phase, a little bobble at the roll ball. It was looking threatening there.
And I think Jardy might have done a little sneaky techie there. The ref didn't see it. That high-paced game, sometimes you're going to miss some calls, but Drummy doesn't usually get that wrong.
Yeah, Jardy Nini's been around for a while, hasn't he? He's an experienced campaigner for the Indigenous outfit, the number 3.
Well, if you didn't know, he was actually in the first ever Elite 8 team. So he was the first one, in the first ever game. So it was pretty special. He didn't actually play. He did a Jardy and forgot to show up to the tournament, but he did make it. So
shout out to Jardy as the Indigenous now crossing into enemy territory. They've got a few touches left in the set. Sure, he'll look to drive. The scoop comes out of half, looking to go to the short side there. Dayberg Muir, he got a hand to it. I was going to say he was looking to get in behind, and they missed the touch through the middle channel there, Carter Skinner. And if you are watching on the live stream, we do have 2 games broadcast simultaneously on both fields, which you'll be able to find on the Studies TV YouTube channel. We've got Field 2 in action here between the Maori and the Indigenous, and another fixture between Papua New Guinea and Norfolk Island on Field 1. So 2 games to watch. If you've got 2 devices, even better, you can stream both of them. As the Indigenous just hovering around the 7-metre line, they've drawn Skinner all the way over. Love looking to make the touch.
His hands. That takes skill.
It was a very impressive dive, wasn't it? And he also rotated his body. Great body control out there from Chase Shaw. And I think they'll just be happy to die with the ball out in their corner and force the Māori to run across fields to try and get to their box there, Mike.
Yeah. And they do this really well. And you watch when they get over halfway here, they come on with energy and they just get it where they want it, 3 on halfway, right where they want it, and they pick up the speed.
As they sub on now. Here's Brown with the ball, sweeping around to the short side. The passive comes out the back. Has it been read? That's a great diving effort. And the touch has been caught as well. He had to make it, didn't he, did Butler? And it was a great passive line, but even better defense there from the Indigenous.
Yeah. And again, Butler, we would have spoke about it yesterday. He's in the country club team at Metro Cup. So he's been around the Bart's boys, the Moff brothers. So, he's been around these boys, and he brings that level of experience here.
Yeah, and that level of effort as well. You're talking about the Australian Mixed Open captain is Tim Bart. So definitely bringing that sort of effort to this Indigenous outfit as the ball comes back towards the middle of the field. Brown with the ball, driving into Lefubray. He'll scoop out a half.
And probably just didn't get it on the right.
Although they've got it, though. And the ball comes wide. The player's clear. The touch has been missed. And the Indigenous run a beautiful middle switch. The try hasn't officially been awarded yet. And for reason, a forward pass
we might get the replay on that one.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. We can identify that.
Just wonder if it was a beautiful flick from Lefubray and then the ball out of Taylor's hands.
It's definitely forward. There's a couple of metres on that one.
Yeah, one referee did manage to spot it, and he was in the position to do so.
And they're the calls you want to make. You don't want to get those ones wrong, especially in, high intense matches like this where everything counts.
Absolutely, and just a huge shout out to our referee contingent. There's 18 of them all up across the 2 days here. And across 2 fields throughout a day, a 2-day tournament. They put in the hard yards just as much as the players. So huge shout out to our men and women in pink. As the Māori looking to strike on the back end of the set. Skinner, he was a great donkey and did a lot of hard yards for the Māori team yesterday. Happy to drive, much in the mould of his father, New Zealand touch legend, Troy Chopper Skinner. And as the halftime hooter goes, they'll be happy to die with that one. 2-1. The try was disallowed. 2-1 is the current score to the Māori. And what an enterprising first half.
Yeah, excited to see this next 15. I think they'll both quickly get back to the box with this 2-minute halftime and quickly nut out what's working, what's not working, and make sure when they come out here they execute what they want to achieve in this next half.
Absolutely. So we'll join us after the break as we get into more Australia Pasifika touch action between the Māori and the Indigenous.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go
Welcome back to the second half of this opening fixture, the first one of the day between the Maori and the Indigenous, the top of the table clash in the open men's section of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. And it was a bit of a battle in the first half, wasn't it, Michael? They had end-to-end action, a few unforced errors from the Indigenous side, probably preventing them from evening the ledger. But what did you make of the first half?
Yeah, I mean, they both had little things they had to get right. The Maoris making those unforced errors that they weren't making yesterday. So, and that would be the Indigenous boys just in front doing some little things. But the Indigenous boys have to get out of their own end when they defend a try.
Yeah, they have struggled with that in the opening half as the Maori looking to attack from the 7. Here's Taker looking to run a rooster play. They feed the rapper, and Neen gets his big mitten there and says, "No, you're not coming down my channel on this occasion, son."
He did have a chat to me before this tournament. He said, "You do commentate with me. Let them know don't come on my side because I'm going to read them." Let's see what he does here because they might get him on a little punish bounce out. And they got him on his own play.
He tries to get physical and he just lost all sort of shape and body position, and he knows it too, I think, Jardine Neen. But what a bit of attacking brilliance from the Taker boys.
They had him every time. You're just not going to match that speed 7 out. Changing directions because whether he's in or out, he's going to get you.
They can stop on a dime, can't they? Lennox and Kaya. And there's we mentioned yesterday on the broadcast that there's a few players within this Māori outfit that have strong touch footballing pedigree, isn't there? You look at the likes of the Taker boys and Carter Skinner, Cade Robson, even Jermaine Dayberg-Muir, both of his parents represented New Zealand back in the day as well. So very strong touch football pedigree in this Māori outfit, and they are absolutely showing out at this tournament as the Indigenous approach the 7-metre line. Doak with a quick release on the left-hand side. Can they finish in the corner? They can dive over, but unfortunately for the second time, a forward pass has been called. Unfortunate there for the Indigenous. It was building nicely.
It did, and Marlon saw that link was going to come in, and he read it. But yeah, Kurt was there where he needed to be and to help them out there. And luckily, because Kurt was well and truly in.
Definitely is. 3-1 is still the score. Touches being evaded by Raupita Kehi. They look to spread the ball. Love looks to inject himself into the attack. Going down for a middle link dump, running another rooster play. They're getting early success with that early wrapper, and they've managed to finish it off in the corner as well. Bailey Te Ohaere, has he added to his tally? The refs come together for a bit of a hui. And they've called a forward pass on that occasion. You could see the motion from the referee saying if he threw it behind his back, then it must have gone forward. And the Māori have been, robbed of another try there. It's 3 disallowed across both teams over the last sort of 6 or 7 minutes. So
they've just got to get that right. They've just got to get it right. And again, day 2, first game of the day, top of the table clash. A few nerves in there.
Yeah, potentially. And another forward pass has been called from that tip-on. And the Māori will get the ball a few metres inside the far touchline until Haere goes forward. Dayberg-Muir picks up from half, and they'll just look to run a 3-man settle pattern down that left-hand side. A couple of buddies as well, just keeping it in nice and tight while the fresh legs get on the near side of the field. Dayberg-Muir working with Love in the middle. Love scooping out a half, looking to hit that sinker ball, and he does so to perfection. A few double pumps, triple pumps, quadruple pumps, lobs it over the top. The referee's checking for a forward pass. There's another one called, and the Indigenous were saying, of course there was, sir.
And we'll go back and have a replay and have a look at that.
I'll tell you what, we're earning our money here as the bunker, aren't we? As we see Tyler Love coming out of half, 1, 2, and he hits it on the third.
Yeah, he does catch it in the in-goal, and he does leave his hands before the in-goal, so.
It's a really difficult skill to master, isn't it, Mike? That sinker ball that we've seen plenty of Australian players use over the years, and it's sort of made its way across the Tasman. And it's definitely a difficult skill to master. And the Indigenous, same story as the first half, just struggling to get out of their own half at the moment.
That transition just has to be better. If you have the person in a strong transition yesterday was Rani Hagan from the Indigenous women's team. The minute that ball is dropped, they defend it, they're on the run, and it showed yesterday. They went undefeated yesterday and top of the table by a little bit. They had to draw the Maoris and the Cooks, so even in that women's pool is going to be something to watch today.
Absolutely. As the sweep comes around, Taker looking to skip pass out to the link. Doak reads it well, though. Love manages to hang on to the ball. Touch is made. Looking to run. Counties quickly splitting infield as the ball goes over the top. Can't quite finish that off. And a chance gone begging there for the Maori.
It's 2 for Tyler there. And, one, something he probably could have controlled, but that one there, Kurt might have, or probably should have got to that one. He definitely drew in the defence there and opened up that hole for him.
He really had a whole heap of open pasture, didn't he, out in the corner, as the Indigenous have done well, actually, to exit this.
This is a better set.
It is. They're on touch 3, just approaching the halfway line, and they're just using the ball, not going anywhere too quickly. Doak swings the ball back towards the middle of the field. Shaw. Doak just says, just go in, and I'll scoop out a half. He does so. Throws the skip ball out to the link. Great read, though. Out wide from Te Haere. Doak appealing for the ball, though. And at least they've got down to the 7 on that set, something that they haven't been able to do for quite a while, the Indigenous. And then a bit of back and forth between player and referee.
Someone's in the bin. He gets to watch a few sets now.
Yeah, obviously words exchanged between referee and player, and the Indigenous now will play with 5 for 2 attacking sets and 2 defensive sets. So Maori, this is not quite the opportunity that you want to give them, although they've come up with an error. I think there was a hand in the ruck there from Brown.
If we watch that replay, it'd be interesting to see how Johnny did that, and he's going to let that get out of his game now.
Yeah, I think he managed to tap the elbow, and the ball came loose. And in these wet conditions, the ball security is going to be absolutely paramount, especially as the day continues.
We did know it was going to be a bit fiery, and here it comes. It's coming into their game here. They're just going to have to settle the boys down.
And I think this is probably a good move from the referees. They're getting both captains in, Dayberg Muir and Chase Shaw. And probably just going to have a word to them, boys. Let's just settle it down. We've already got one in the bin. We don't need more. And that's an excellent display of refereeing there, don't you think, Michael?
Yeah, and they've got to pull it up because these two are going to face each other possibly today again and later in the day. And, we want to see the touch. The viewers want to see the touch. They don't want to see this. And we don't want to see a player in the box. We want to see 6 on 6.
Absolutely. So. Definitely, 100%. And it's definitely within the spirit of the game, isn't it, for it to be enterprising, free-flowing, end-to-end action. And the referee is definitely laying down the law.
But we do want to see touch, refs, so let's get it on.
Absolutely, as the penalty does end up coming the way of the Māoris as play gets underway. And Dayberg Muir will take the mark. Bit of gum in the mouth I've spotted from Dayberg Muir.
He's always got the white hat, the gum, and the skill.
Trademarks of the great Jermaine Dayberg Muir. Looking to sweep now, the Māori. And a great two-handed touch there. And with the wet conditions, those that ruck and that ball security is going to come more and more into play. They look to scoop out of dummy half from the sweep. The ball goes out to the wing. And with 6 on 5, all the Māori had to do was find the extra number. Although yet another one, I think, has been pulled up. Forward passes, the sideline referees definitely earning their wage here. They look to run the sweep. And the ball, I've seen plenty of those let go though, Michael. And just calling the extra Indigenous player on. So we're back to full complement of 6 on 6. And the Indigenous, I think, probably lucky to survive that one.
Yep. And tough call from the ref, but it's the ref's call at the end of the day. Nothing we can do.
Exactly right. As they're approaching the end of the set, a little bit of light drizzle coming down from the heavens as Shaw looks to scoop out a half onto Wolford. And if the pass had gone to hand there was half a chance on the left-hand side for the Māori.
And Māoris just have a good set here. Get more composed. Get out of here.
Trying to shoot, trying to really disrupt the play, aren't they, the Indigenous? And it's if they can get it, then good on them. If it doesn't go their way, then they're backpedaling in 6s and 7s, and it has worked for them on that occasion. They've got both middles up though. They go to the short side, manage to get on the outside of Taylor. Does Lennox Taker? Just can't quite find the extra hand there. And the ball going to ground, touch and pass ends up being the call. And the Indigenous survive another one there.
It's going to be who wants to put up the hand and just stay to the game, stay to the structure, get out of this little nitty-gritty, and whoever wants to do that is probably going to finish where they want to finish at the end of this game.
Now the Indigenous, great drive there from Simpson, just managed to avoid the touch momentarily. They lob the ball over the top, and they've got a tip on play. There's a chance out on the right, and the Indigenous managed to get one there in the corner. That was Goose Butler touching down on the right-hand side. He's hobbling a bit, probably showing the effects of the game yesterday, but what a play there. Beautiful tip-on from Jari Neen. And then he just had the pace, didn't he, Butler, to get to the corner.
Oh, he's pulling on the hammy, but no, we can see him running back. He's okay. He just wanted to let him know, even with a bad hammy, I can still use my pace.
Yeah, and there were plenty of games yesterday on show, so I think the Maori would have ended up playing maybe 5 or 6 games all up. Same with the Indigenous, as the sweep comes from the opposite side of the field. Great defense there, though, from Simpson. Tyler Love caught in possession of the ball. They've still got a handful of touches left, though. They go back towards the middle of the field through Kaiaropita Kihi. He's caught him out of position from the middle there. They've scooped through the middle channel. They've gone with the mirror defence. And what's the call there? They managed to lose their defender rather easily there. Was there a push-off call here? And another bin, unfortunately, for the Indigenous. We'll see on the replay. So they managed to scoop through, and just there you can see the slight tug of the shirt from Brown. And the referees say that it was a professional foul. And the Maori cheaply give it away on touch one. Carter Skinner puts the ball down, and a bit of a waste of a set there from the Maori. It's still only 3-2. And for the Maori, who have been, in the green for this whole sort of game, holding only a slender 3-2 lead is probably somewhat surprising, don't you think, Mike?
Yeah. I mean, either it's just really smart defence, or which they're just not executing how clean they were executing yesterday.
Yeah, and Chase Shaw manages to draw a penalty as well. He scooped out a half and got an offside call, so they'll get a full set of 6 here. Still with only 5 on the field, remember, with 1 in the bin. Chase Shaw looks to get a quickie play and looking to dive over. Skinner has been caught offside here. Chase Shaw goes over, and they've managed to draw it up. And with 5 on the field, that's an excellent play there from Chase Shaw. So you see on the replay, probably out of shot there, but Carter Skinner, the referee, was right on the spot. Said that he didn't make both feet on the line. Chase Shaw plays through, and now it's 3 apiece with only 2 minutes left, Mike.
Yeah, and I think we will just, talk to these boys after that game. When they do go down to 5, they've just got to change their policy slightly, because you really shouldn't get done like that 5 on 6.
No, absolutely not. The numerical advantage going the way of the Maori, but still conceding a try as Drum comes on the sweep. And he's got them out of trouble there. Dayberg Muir with a pet play, just with a bit of experience, saying, here, boys, this is how we do it. And he manages to peg back the lead for the Maori. It was 6 on 5. They made the touch on the sole middle defender. And then the link tried to recover and help him out. But Dayberg Muir, he's too experienced for that. Gets around on the sweep, offloads the ball, and puts the Maori up by 1 with just under 90 seconds left. We've got to finish on our hands here. In the first game of the day, the Indigenous will have 1 more attacking set where they are attacking with 5. Doak on the ball. He's crafty with the ball in hand. Looking to get a quickie. In the middle link channel, popping the ball over the top, too short. They're going to numbers here on the left-hand side. Although they've managed to cross yet again. Chase Shaw dives over. He's scored 2 tries in 2 sets with only 5 players on the field. What an effort from the Indigenous boys.
Yep, and let's just see how they do this one again. Deshaun, yeah. Just went to sleep on the inside when that ball shifted to the left, and usually there is a dead play in the play. You look to the 32 long, but not that time.
Yeah, and with only 5 players on the field, they're back to their full complement now of 6, but the Indigenous really taking it to the Māori side. All they've done is they've just hung on and hung on. They've persevered. Great shot coming from the short side from Doak. Bit of heavy body contact.
They're going to want it here. They've got 20 seconds on the clock.
And who's going to come up clutch? You've got the boys, the Taker boys on the field. Is it going to come from one of them? You've got Cade Robson and Carter Skinner sitting at link. The man on call has come. Great defense there from the Indigenous. What a matchup there. The full-time hooter, my apologies, goes in the background. And the Maori, they've really been tested there. They've come away with a 4-4 draw. And what a way to start day 2, Michael.
That's what we want to see, and that's what I think we're going to expect from all the nations today, that they've gone back, reviewed the footage, had a look at the teams they're probably facing this morning, and how they're going to prep their way into the finals. So I'm sure everyone's done their little report.
Yeah, absolutely incredible display in the wet conditions too. Not the prettiest to watch at times, but it damn sure was entertaining, and potentially with another fixture on the way later in the day between these two sides, with semi-finals and finals football coming up. That's going to play heavily on the minds of both teams. Stay tuned. We've got more touch action from the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup coming up after the break.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast's back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing.
Never took a loss, and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has its day. It's been mine since day one. This is real grinding. I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top two, I'm not a two. You let the pressure bother you, and I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. They know in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice, yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has its day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grind and I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. Ain't no in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Talofa lava and welcome back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We are broadcasting live from Bill Norris Oval in Beenleigh, Queensland, and we are getting ready for an open women's fixture between Samoa and Indigenous. Both teams pretty strong showings yesterday, actually. My name, by the way, is Tivoli Guthrie, and I'm joined in commentary by my good friend Michael Rasmussen. And Mike, team lists are up at the moment. Who are you looking forward to carve in both of these teams?
Yeah, well, day two, round one of day two. There's players to watch in both teams here. You got Caitlin Norfolk, Ella Watkins in the women's team list, and Delaney's obviously got a skill set in such a young youth character, but she definitely controls and plays much older and out of her skin. And the Indigenous, like I said in the Maori's men's game, well, they're strike all over that team. But again, the one to watch will be Rani Hagen.
Yeah, definitely Rani Hagen. She was instrumental in their games yesterday. The Indigenous All-Star representative for the in the All-Stars clash that took place back in February, and she was definitely showing her wares. We've got a few kids on the field, which is amazing to see. Probably not on the field, but it's amazing to see all the families and all the support that has come down. Despite the weather conditions, it is looking a little bit overcast at the moment. We had a slight drizzle early this morning. A spot of rain overnight, which made conditions this morning a little bit wet underfoot. So we'll see how these two teams can combat the weather when it comes to playing in the wet. Obviously different to playing in dry conditions, but how does that affect your game plan, do you think, Mike?
Yeah, well, again, in that first game in the men's round one today, they played a shorter game. There was a lot of errors in that one. There's still a lot of dew and some rain hit this field again through that last game. So I would say Pati, the coach of the Samoa, would have said, tighten it up, do the clean stuff, do the easy stuff, probably just stick to some roosters, some little quickies, don't chuck long balls just yet and ease into this game. But I think Bo would have said to Reagan, just do you.
Yeah, well, it's the small things, isn't it, right from the start. As we see Samoa in the blue and white strip tapping off, going from left to right on your screen. The Indigenous defending the first set of six, going from right to left. And we saw Samoa run a bit of a starter play yesterday for a trail. Let's see if they do the same on this occasion. The sweep comes around. They'll run to the short side. Caitlin Norfolk, and it was defended well there. She was half, yeah. And I think, she was very honest with the call as well. She let the ref know, no, I was dummy half. They tried to run that trail play, but we noted yesterday Rani Hagen, a very strong defender in the middle position for the Indigenous.
She is. I mean, she can play both sides of the field, can't she? The defence and the attack. So again, she'll control this game, I think, and the team will work with her and work around her, and we'll see some highlights of her through this game.
And great touch there. She chased her all the way, did Watkins from Samoa. But one more touch up their sleeve. They've sold the dummy, got a lot of extra purchase there. They're right on the 7-metre line, looking to scoop to the short side.
And the sisters coming out to try and do what they got to do together.
Absolutely. Again, that sibling connection throughout all the nations that are on display here. 7 all up, and we're watching two of the best in this fixture. We've got the Indigenous, who were at top of the table yesterday. After yesterday's play, this is their first game of the day, and Samoa sort of sitting just on the cusp of that top 4.
Yeah.
So, all the important semi-finals later on today. It's going to be important, this clash, in terms of results. So Samoa now getting down to the 7-metre line. Scoop coming from half. I was impressed with her yesterday. Tila Lole, the number 5 for Samoa. She was in a lot of the action for the Samoans yesterday.
Yeah, she definitely plays as that dominant middle when Caitlin's probably not out there, or Delaney, so she sort of takes control there.
As you see, the great Bo Dela Cruz coaching yesterday, and she's come to strap on the boots today. She'd love an opportunity to play with these younger girls, a great mentor for these girls. As we see, she scoops out a half, looking to throw out to the link. Ball goes to ground, but a great set. They went all the way down to the 7-metre line and really winning this ruck battle early.
Yeah, and I think, again, look, a sloppy start, just that wet, dewy sort of game. And once they get used to this, that ball and what's it doing, and I'm sure we'll see some great finishes.
Yeah, they went away from their box to begin the set, Samoa, only just getting to the box now, so fresh numbers coming on. They're having to scoot from halfway, a bit of a long distance one. They don't have any more touches up their sleeve, and I think they just lost count of the touch count
no one knew. They didn't know which one wanted to drive then, and sometimes that can kill a play if you don't have that one that puts up their hand and says, hey, I'm in a better position. If I drive it here, they've got a better opportunity.
Bo Dela Cruz just throwing a bit of a tunnel ball.
She wanted some sort of highlight today. We'll replay that and we'll give her a little highlight shout out. This is what not to do.
Even the greats can make mistakes on the field. As now Samoa looking to drive. That's Nasalio working in tandem with our Fook there.
Both girls come over from the Pacific Games last year in Solomon Islands, so they've played and they brought home a gold medal together. So they should be pretty good to work together here.
Yeah, well, 3 gold medals, wasn't it, for Samoa? They clean swept at the 2023 Pacific Games, something that was only done once prior by Papua New Guinea back in 2019. And now Watkins looking to run a punish play, looking to skip towards the outside. Great defense there, though, from the Indigenous. You were quite instrumental in that campaign, weren't you, Michael?
Oh, I got to play in both. So I got to lose on home soil 3 gold medals, and then I got to go to Solomons and be a part of 3 gold medals. So, it's just a different feeling winning with your country at the international stage. And, the Pacific Games is getting stronger and stronger every time. I've got to play in 3, and the quality of players is getting up, and the connection between the people outside of our countries coming together and making sure we're picking our best players, it's changing that level of touch, which we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just looking to scoop, they did manage to draw a penalty. They were offside, the Samoan defence, and the Indigenous will get a fresh set of 6, a couple of metres off the 7-metre line. And so just further to that, Michael, the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, it must work wonders for building those pathways and connections between Australia and the home nation.
Yeah, and that's what this whole concept was about, was that we could bridge, put a bridge there for players from here to be exposed back home. And, it is quite difficult. We don't all have the facilities back home that, you do find here in the NTLs and the state cups. And, the whole TFA and Touch New Zealand, they've got it sussed. And, you don't have them same resources. So shout out to the Australian Defence Force, they're back home in Samoa, and I heard they're going around to all the other countries, the Pacific countries this year to, give them a hand and show them, what they got to do, expose new coaches. But this platform allows the coaches, especially the World Cup coaches, to, 1, have a look at players, how they're going, and 2, possibly look if there's any shadows.
Yeah, as we see on the field, going back to on-field action, Hickling got a quickie and just probably a lazy arm. She'll be disappointed with that effort, Caitlin Fook. As you see on the replay, she got the quickie, did Hickling, and then, Caitlin Fook not quite getting a hand or getting body to body, reaching, got caught, and they cross for the first of the match. The Indigenous, 1-0 is the scoreline. We're about halfway through this first stanza. We're running with 15-minute halves at this tournament. And just directing traffic towards the middle of the field is Lole. Checks back towards the middle, looking to drive down that middle channel. An early release. They had numbers momentarily out to the left-hand side. Referee has pulled a penalty, though. Offside was the call. And look for Lole to really direct traffic. You can see her doing a lot of pointing. And I think looking to run their sequence, so they'll start with a bit of a punish play, looking to really get that defence travelling across field. The referee says that was an easy touch there. And looking to run the same. Getting a phase play in there. They're well inside the 7-metre line. Ball goes to Lolette. She throws the cutout ball to the link. They've got numbers out there. There it is. They managed to thread the needle, the Samoans. And they've crossed in the corner. That is Wong dotting down. And they get Samoa's first for the morning.
Yeah, and I think the Indigenous probably, you don't usually see a little phase play that sort of slow in the 7, but Indigenous wingers sort of in length sort of reacted differently. So just misread that one, but well done Samoa for putting it in the corner.
Yeah, well, it was the phase play that did it, wasn't it? And it really just had to get the Indigenous, although it was a short 2 or 3 metres that they had to get back to the line, it was enough time and space for Samoa to convert. Out on the wing on the left-hand side as Dela Cruz gets into half. The sweep comes around. That's Hagen. And they're going to want to be tight around Rani Hagen, the Samoan defence, especially when she's working in tandem with Dela Cruz. They go to the short side. There's Rani Hagen, and she almost pokes her nose through off a static 5th and final. That just shows the dangers of Rani Hagen.
She definitely kept everyone on their toes just then. That I'm sure Putty would have said, when Rani's got the ball, we've got to be alive.
And it's quite interesting as well, Samoa persisting with taking the first one away from their box before travelling over towards their sub-box to get fresh troops on. They've got a little bobble at the roll ball, didn't quite have control of it. And in these wet conditions, the onus really becomes the responsibility of the attacker to have that ball security. But the Indigenous looking to work the ball up the field. Centering the attack now. Samoa just getting their numbers right in defence. They want to be a little bit tighter than they were before. Caitlin Norfolk, same thing, and she's caught reaching again, but she manages to make that one. Would have been a mirror image pretty much of their first try, the Indigenous. But
She's got an opportunity to rectify that, and she did it. So
yeah, definitely.
Let's see if they can.
That's better communication there between the Samoan defenders, although a penalty has been pulled by the referee. So another set of 6 coming to the Indigenous team. Hickling again, she scored their first. On the ball, looking to run a rooster play, wrapping around towards the open side. They're throwing the long looping ball over the top. And a great diving effort from Samoa out wide.
Good defence.
I think that was Lemusu out wide.
You know, and she probably knew, she probably read, you know, and they're not going to play a long game. So, you know, it was probably the only ball that was going to be on, and she read it well.
They're looking to run numbers. They're running back out the same way. And the pass not quite having enough feet to get to the winger. And a great couple of defensive plays there from Samoa.
If they can get this part right in their game and get over this halfway on 3, it's going to help them, you know, at the back end of this game. But they've got to work hard in this transition.
Yeah, and just becoming a little bit unstuck. But I'll tell you what, that's an excellent exhibition of defence from the Indigenous right up until the last touch. Almost managed to poke her nose through, and my apologies, that was Tulisi out wide with the 2 defensive efforts on the Samoan end. As we see a mini line break there.
Salu showing some experience there. Just go forward. If nothing else is on, just get the ball down the other end and it will come.
And she plays her role well, doesn't she, Salu ma'am? As they're looking to run towards the 32 channel, back towards the link. And plenty of noise coming from Coach Pati Nasalio from the Samoan box.
Kaya Skeen might come. Yeah, well, she looked to come back door there.
Yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication, I think, between the Indigenous, although it's still on here, looking to throw the long ball over the top. The tap on, just ran out of room there. And a bit of a sloppy into that set for the Indigenous.
Yeah, I think they've probably got to compose a bit. Again, the weather will be playing a little factor here, but, you know, they've just got to stay composed and just do what they were doing yesterday. But Samoa, they've come to play. They would have done some video last night and seen what probably their main plays were and setting up policy around that.
Now working towards their box once again. Indigenous really putting the heat on in terms of their midfield defence. Once again, that's touch 5, and Samoa have really struggled to get over half over the last 2 sets, and the Indigenous are absolutely dominating that midfield. The all-important midfield, you win the orange zone, where all of the rucking occurs. Usually you go a long way towards winning the game. A little bobble at the roll ball now, an unforced error from the Indigenous team. And then a compounding penalty on the back end, not giving the ball to the mark. And the referees, we've been saying all weekend, they haven't missed much.
No, and they're here to make sure we play at the right level and spirit of the game.
Absolutely. Just the ref not quite happy with the tap ball. Just getting ahead of herself, I think, a little bit there, Isabella Nasalio. And she'll restart play from just inside enemy territory.
Tried a little bouncer on Rani. Again, you just got to find out who's in front of you, read the game. She's got a lot of speed. Not many people would get her in a
foot race. As they look to stretch her towards the link position. And what a buzz for some of these Indigenous girls getting to play with Bo Dela Cruz as well. I mean, it's one thing being able to be under her tutelage as a coach, but as a player, it probably just kicks it up another notch, doesn't it, Mike?
It does. And again, she was one of the greats. She was one of the greats back in the day, and she's passing her knowledge back to this youth Indigenous side, and they're going to take a lot from her. And I'm sure yesterday when she didn't put on the boots and she was in the coach's box, she shared her knowledge and what not to do and what to do, and, you know, it's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talk about as the Indigenous get a little bit confused coming out of the box. But you talk about giving back to the youth of the sport, and it's so awesome to see many of our greats giving back to these Pasifika nations. You know, you got the likes of Remus Gentles coaching the Maori men's, as well as Jermaine Dayberg-Muir being the on-field coach essentially for them. Jason Silimaka, Ryan Pollock for Niue and Norfolk Island respectively. So plenty of big names, and it's awesome to see them all giving back to these nations that are still really developing in the touch world, but they're not far off, Michael.
No, and I think, you know, we'll keep pushing towards this and letting this be the elite platform here in Australia. New Zealand's got their own. Shout out to Pat Spellman. He's got the Pacific Cup running over there in New Zealand as well. And, you know, if we're doing it here in Australia, they're doing it in New Zealand. Our home, you know, picks it up back home as well. The future's bright.
Absolutely, and how good would it be in future to get some sort of collaboration between the two as we get into halftime. A tight tussle between these two teams. It is 1-1 at halftime between the Indigenous and Samoa. A top four clash between these two nations. Join us after the break as we get ready for the second half. And welcome back to second half coverage of this open women's fixture between Samoa and the Indigenous. We've got a close battle here between these two nations. 1-1 is a halftime score. And what did you make of that first half, Michael?
Yeah, well, you know, probably not where both teams wanted to be, at a 1-1 draw, but I don't think the weather prior to this game allowed them to really open up. So I hope the coaches are giving them a license to go out there and play some touch footy.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'd love to see some touch footy being played in the second half as the Indigenous work towards the 7-metre line. Hagen looking to scoop out a half, jinks off her left foot, goes towards the short side, long ball goes over the top. Have they finished in the corner?
And there's the license.
Yeah, it was a bit of a clunky collision in the end goal. But body on the line, the ball has been put down over the line. A long ball from Hagen out to the right-hand side. Yeah, just the knees to the hip. And a little bit difficult to avoid those collisions when two athletic players running at speed. But the try does stand. Indigenous get the first one of the second half. That is 2-1.
And Alani Conlon there. I'm sure she's got a few tries against her name this weekend. And
if we could get any more sponsors for top try scorer, perhaps for next year's event, I'm sure she'd be putting her name up to grab them.
You'll have to do a men's and women's because Bailey from the men's, he might be past what a calculator can add up.
And now as we go towards the 7-metre line, Samoa, it's Tila Lole on the ball, looking to get a quickie, committing to safe side defenders, but they're all over that one there, the Indigenous women's. But Samoa happy to play it relatively close on the first couple of touches and then look a little bit more expansive Referee saying, no, ladies, you got to move forward. Looking for a rooster play, peeling around to the open side. Long ball goes back towards the short side, and not quite holding her width out on the wing there was Ah Wong.
Yeah, I think the thought process was good, but just had to be in a better position for that ball play. The ball play will get it to you.
And now just going up the tram tracks down the left-hand channel. Indigenous very close to their box. Referee keeping a close eye on the subbing as well as how close they are to the sideline. A lovely little dummy, and she gets in behind the defense. Dela Cruz comes down the right-hand side, not quite having the pace to get around the outside, but getting plenty of yardage, and then censoring the attack again, coming towards the middle. They'll go back to a 32 channel, and not quite a tidy roll ball. Ball bobbling around in the ruck there. And again, that ball security. We've got a light drizzle currently coming down on top of the players. And so both teams are probably just going to have to tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think this Indigenous were really good in the first half here in this defense policy. So they'll need they probably need to win that last touch there.
Yeah, it was a great drive there, wasn't it, from Caitlin Norfolk, and managed to get a couple of metres off the 7-metre line. It was a great evasion from Norfolk, got in behind, past the high point defender, and then managed to get the other middle that was hanging back. Then she got a great drive, just unable to convert though on the back end of the set. But now the Indigenous in possession of the ball, just crossing halfway.
There's that Kaya Skeen. Oh, sorry, Salu out there. She'll keep him composed here and she'll play some footy.
And here she goes. She's got the ball in two hands, does ma'am. 2 more touches up their sleeve. The Indigenous, they're right on the 7-metre line here. It's danger signs for Samoa. The pass, though, not quite hitting the mark. But again, that set going from one 7-metre to the other 7-metre and really winning that orange zone battle between the two teams.
They're getting that right. And you'll watch them press they'll run that same defence policy here in their half here.
And they really applied some pressure in the first half, didn't they? Running that wave defence, getting 3 and 3 defenders per touch. They're looking for the extra numbers there, Nasalio. They just need some ladies to put their hands up to say, let's go forward, girls. And once again, struggling to get over half. Yeah, not quite the set that they would have wanted, Samoa.
And they'd want to, where the ladder's moving at the moment, Samoa's sitting in that 4th place, Indigenous sitting at number 1. So depending on the results in this game here, Samoa will probably be facing off with the Indigenous in the semi-final if the ladder doesn't move. We've got a good Cook Islands and Niue Maori game happening on field 1, so results mean everything now.
Yeah, as we approach the pointy end of the tournament, and just as you were referring to, Michael, we've got 2 games, 2 fields live streamed all day today. So if you've got 2 devices, you can stream this one on one device and the Niue Māori game on the other device over on field 1. You could probably see in the background as Samoa come away with a relatively cheap error. They've just really struggled to get any sort of forward momentum and struggling for traction. As through the middle of the field, they're looking for a quickie play, a quick check back to the safe side. Great shut defense though. The ball goes out wide. Can they finish? No, the ball goes to ground.
The weather is playing a huge factor in this game. We're seeing some unforced errors, some sloppy errors, and they've probably got to train for this because this rain ain't going away today.
No,
it's
absolutely
here to stay.
Yeah, it is drizzling at the moment, coming down a little bit heavier than it was earlier this morning. As she looks to sell the dummy and go through, does Layla Hickling. Still holding that slender 2-1 lead. There's only 1 try in it, and what a result this would be for Samoa if they're able to either tie or get up over the top of the table Indigenous. Referee pulls up a penalty there for the Indigenous side. Hagen's back on the field. And just ambling forward at a slow pace. Lole there, the gap's wide open there. And she really opened them up relatively easily there, did Rani Hagen. Just got a quickie to the outside and dove straight down the lane.
Yeah. Just identified who was in front, put it where she wanted it, and just tucked right under where that body position was before.
And just the effort on Samoa's defense wasn't quite there for them. And so they'll restart from the halfway line through Fook, Watkins, Nasalio. They were probably the danger women for Samoa yesterday. Watkins going down for Nasalio. Back to Fook. Great defense here from Rani Hagen. just really pushing up and stealing that touch. Fook looking to dictate traffic. The sweeper is coming around, and they feed. There's a hole through the middle of the field. It quickly closed, and half a chance there for Samoa, but the Indigenous defence just too good at the minute.
Yep, and they would have spoken about at half-time what they need to come out and rectify, and it was 1-0 in the first half, and there wasn't too much to defend, but there was plenty of ball thrown, just handling errors let them down both sides. But the second half's proven they come out and fix what they need to fix.
Yeah, and it's a game of adjustments, isn't it? Whoever can come out of the halftime break with the better adjustments as Dela Cruz throws the long ball out to the left-hand side. Whoever can make the better adjustments usually gets the upper hand in the second half. So Indigenous definitely making those corrections. And I'll tell you what, one of those corrections probably was this press defense. They just wanted to up the ante on that. You know, they kept Samoa into their half. Play on is the call from the referee. Is he playing advantage? We'll see what he calls. He does indeed call an advantage. Offside was the call, and he let them play. Penalty has been called. And so Samoa will go back to the mark. They'll start with a fresh set of 6, 10 metres inside the Indigenous half. Inside the 7 metre, you could hear the communication from the referees very clear there. And they'll look to really come down this short channel. Lole offloading the ball in field. And they're looking to run a rooster play, wrapping around to the outside. Great double pump. Has man missed the touch? She has indeed. Great honesty. And that was an excellent double pump there from Samoa. And they fed the wrapper, and she went straight through the hole.
Yeah, see, nice, short, simple plays. Keep it around the... You don't have to throw long balls. You can just pick the defence apart, and they've done it well done in that one.
And great off-ball work as well from Saini Piutau. She kept alive as she wrapped around from dummy half. And then it was the double pump and the short ball from Lole that put her through the hole. They've pegged the deficit back to 1. 3-2 is the current score.
And they need to look to defend this one. If they can defend this one and get end-to-end, they can shift this momentum.
It's that stopper call, isn't it? The most important set after you've scored a try is that one immediately after that you got to defend.
Yeah. And Bella would have experience with Rani. I think she's got to play beside her, but played a lot around her as well. So, you know, she probably saw that one coming. Let's see if they can defend this one.
Fook chasing across the field.
Good defense.
And that is exactly what you want if you're Samoa. After just scoring a try, you don't want to concede any. And then that's great yardage from Watkins. She really does this well, doesn't she? She just weaves in and out of the defense, holds the ball in 2 hands. And in 2 touches, Samoa are a couple of metres away from the halfway line. And if they keep this momentum up, they'll get a good strike on the back end of the set. That's 3 touches. 4, they've got enough space to set up for a strike play. Lole is on the ball. She'll scoop out a half. And she'll look to pick the short side, steps back towards the open side. Play through is the call, is it?
I think she called play through.
She called her own play through.
I think that's what might have happened there. But she did get, they did call her back for that touch. But hey, it looked pretty good, so I would have kept running too, probably.
Yeah, well, if you can't score, then the next best thing is to get a repeat. Get as far down the field as you can. And Samoa hot on the attack again. We'll see if they can tie this game up. But with just under 5 minutes to go, could they manage to snatch one here to get a draw? They run a punish towards the link, draw and pass. The pass, though, just dipping low. And it's not quite there. And the ball goes to ground. Unfortunate end to that set for Samoa.
And good transition. So they did that really well then. As soon as that ball turned over, they transitioned. And here they get another opportunity.
Yeah, well, the tides are starting to turn, isn't it? The Indigenous were probably all over Samoa for the first maybe 10 to 15 minutes of the second half. And now just over the course of the last 2 or 3 minutes, Samoa have really turned the tides. Now, Fook, Nasalio, Watkins, that same trio of ladies.
And Ella will come back door here.
Has she got the pace? She's very quick. Gets around the outside, attracts the attention of the defender. Man puts her hand up to say sorry. And out in the corner, Samoa, they do end up getting it. It was a passage of play that lasted probably about 2 or 3 minutes. And they've been rewarded with the try there, Mike.
Yeah, and I think if you watch, you know, we just watched that replay again, that Ella just came around really composed and she made that link turn in. And as soon as she achieved that, it was probably game over. It was 2-on-1 in the corner. And
it was great skills to finish it off, wasn't it? The little catch and pass. Now, the Indigenous, with just under 3 minutes left, they are sitting first at the top of the table. At the minute, Samoa in 4th spot. They look to scoop to the short side. Are the numbers there? Dela Cruz gets a ball around her ankles. They're running a second phase.
And we'll give that one to you, Bo. We'll replay that one for us. Let's give Bo a little highlight reel.
Her first for the afternoon, and she's got a big old smile on her face too as well.
Give it back to her.
The idea was there. She caught Watkins up, didn't she? And sort of flopped over the line saying, "Ref, give it to me, please."
It was on.
Running a punish play. Is that a touch there out wide from the Samoan defence? It's a great touch there by Sybil Piutau. And the noise coming from the box from Samoa, they've really picked up in the last couple of minutes. Scores are locked at 3
And they want to play for
apiece.
Rani here.
Dela Cruz, and there exactly as he called it there, Mike. Dela Cruz really
What
committing the
about that?
defence. Yeah, absolutely. And through the short ball, it was a great hole by Hagen. And the defence not quite there for Samoa, but great vision from the veteran, Bo Dela Cruz.
Yep, and Rani just allowed Bo to show experience there, and Bo would have been really calm that whole set. You know, even having a draw, you know, she would have said that we're all right, we've got enough time on the clock.
Absolutely, and that's where the importance of that experience comes in, isn't it? And when you've got experienced campaigners, the likes of Bo Dela Cruz, as well as in the box, the Shaw girls, they're not playing in this game, but Katie and Missy Shaw, they'll be working wonders for these young girls.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're talking heaps in the box and telling them, you know, giving them tips when they're coming off that field to get back out there and do what you got to do.
And 1 minute left. Coach Pati Nasalio, he knows they're down 1. He'll want to really try and convert on this set of 6. And will they just play out the whole set, making crucial changes here, trying to get Ella Watkins onto the field. Ball goes to the middle. Looking to quickie to the outside. As a result from the substitution, the link not quite there, although they almost went over in the corner. Almost diving over there in the corner was Tulisi. The ball goes back towards the middle of the field. Watkins will look to pass off out of half. She tried to wrap around our foot. They've got numbers out on the right. Has she managed to evade the touch? Not quite.
And really smart move from the coach here. They've made sure Ella got out there. They got 30 seconds on the clock. She's been a weapon this game. So let's see what she can throw at them.
Yeah, well, can she come
Here
up
she
clutch? She scoops to the short side. The hole was on the outside.
You don't want to be looking to switch on those.
Yeah, a little bit of cuttleitis there. Saini Piutau, the hole was on the outside, and then she just took away the space. And that was probably Samoa's last throw at the dice with just under 10 seconds left. The hooter will go momentarily, and the Indigenous will just want to plug the ball up the end of the field. As the hooter goes in the background, can they even manage to get one at the back end of this game? No, they can't. The ref signals time off. That is the end of the game, and the Indigenous... Yes, Samoa came back to that one to even the scores, even Stevens at 3 apiece, and then the big names from the Indigenous stepped up. Bo Dela Cruz, Rani Hagen combining to score the 4th try and the most important one of the match, and the Indigenous come away with a 1-try win in that one. Mike, what a game.
That was a spectacle in that second half. It started slow, but both teams pedaled to the metal. They needed a winner, and they got it.
And 4-3 is the final score, so the Indigenous will remain at the top of the table in the Women's Open division. Stick around as we've got another Men's Open fixture coming up next between Samoa and Norfolk Islands. Join me after the break. And welcome back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We are here for another Open Men's fixture on Field 2 at Bill Norris Oval in Bentley between Samoa and Norfolk Island. My name is Tivoli Guthrie in commentary. I'm joined by Michael Rasmussen. Mike, you've probably got a lot of close ties with the Samoan outfit. Although there probably is a place in your heart for Norfolk Island, it's hard not to be infected by their their attitudes towards this tournament. But who are you looking for between both these teams to really step it up here?
Yeah, well, I mean, TK Morgan from the Norfolk Island, he's one to watch. His campaign's got stronger and stronger throughout the last 2 days, and I'm sure he's going to step up here. He's probably instrumental in their win this morning against Norfolk, against PNG. But again, Samoa, you've got a strike power across this paddock. Unfortunate error there, but you got Jesse, you got Wes. They're going to come out with some and show some experience.
Yeah, and we'll see if Norfolk Island, as you mentioned, they got their first win of the tournament this morning against Papua New Guinea. And we'll see if they can capitalise on that momentum and get another win on the board as two unforced errors to start the game. Samoa through Paraki, going down the middle of the field.
And they'll probably look to play an ML here for Jesse. They'll start where they finished strong yesterday. And they've gone away from them.
Beautiful play
clean
there from Samoa. Ramika Paraki, he's got a big smile on his face. You called it, didn't you, Michael? But they went away. They sort of used him more as a decoy on that one.
They did, and they, Benny Alphabet and Pollock would have said, hey, Jesse's going to set for that ML, and this is how you position, but forgot to tell him about the two-step part to that part.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've managed to cross for the first one of the morning. Ramika Paraki gets Samoa's first, an early 1-0 lead for the men in blue. And let's see what Norfolk Island can come up with in reply. Is Kalsrap working down the right-hand side, but look for Benny Wazorik, number 1. He is the spiritual leader, along with Ruben Big, of this Norfolk Island side, and not quite the way they wanted to start in terms of their first attacking foray into enemy territory. No,
and Benny, I'm sure, something's gone wrong here. They've gone forward pass from half. You don't want to, there's 2 big errors there from Samoa, and, then you don't want to be doing that going into finals, and they're sitting in a comfortable position, I think, to be in that semi-final, but it's where you leave this game to how you start the next one.
Exactly right. It's all about the momentum, isn't it, going into that you carry from one game to the next, as Johnston in the middle with Seth Weaver on the defensive end of the football. You've got Wazorik, TK Morgan, the man you called earlier, sitting at left link. We'll see what they can come up with. These are the 2 that are probably going to be the most likely for Norfolk Island. Double pump, looks to hit behind, and yeah, you can see the facial expressions there of Norfolk Island. It was almost there, but intercept comes the way of Samoa.
And you'll find Samoa will get out and get over halfway, and they're going to get there on 3. They've done well. That's always the goal, to get over halfway on 3.
Yeah, and now they'll look to centre the attack.
They'll probably set for Ryder R4 here.
Yeah, great drive there. Now he comes out of half, does Ryder Arfook. He gets into the end goal, needs the extra number. Yes. He manages to find it. And Moses Palkofe goes over for Samoa. And that was, well, he deserved it. He had the excellent drive leading up to the plate.
Yep.
And Arfook managed to find him in the end goal.
And Arfook just done well. He identified, sometimes that guy who drives in goes the wrong way, and they've got that all right. That's probably how you run that strike dump perfectly.
Absolutely. They just penetrated the Norfolk Island defence, didn't they? And they've got their second of the morning. And I think with the Norfolk Island from their tap, I think if they just tuck the ball and go forward, trying to get to the 7, then they'll get plenty of opportunity to attack as they go out to the right-hand side of the field, coming back towards numbers, though. Just not quite getting the balance right. They're coming down there on the right-hand side. The ball goes out to the left, looking for one pass, maybe another. Not quite going there, though. And Kalstrap will die with the football. But great defense there from Samoa.
Yeah. And again, if they continue to win this, even if they're not executing, but they did execute off that last one, it's going to be tough to stop. And Norfolk got to work out how to play a push D and stop that third getting over halfway if they can. And they'll stop letting this happen coming down on the end.
As you see, a right foot there from Sione. Goes to Paraki. He's got pace. Can he get on the outside? Great diving touch there from Ruben Big.
And the captain setting an example, boys, body on the line.
Absolutely. Losing some skin for the boys. And there's no shortage of effort in that regard, the Norfolk Islanders. As the ball goes down to their channel, they'll look to get fresh legs onto the field. And just a huge shout out to everyone watching and supporting this Norfolk Island team. They've probably got the biggest supporting contingent, I'd say, of all the nations that are here. And especially those from watching back home on the island. As the penalty comes to Samoa, Pariki throwing a bullet pass to the link and not quite there. Bit sloppy from the Samoans there.
Yeah. And I thought Jesse got winded off that one, but I think he was more going, what did you just do?
He's probably more used to throwing them than receiving them. As the sweep comes around, they look to plug the short side. And big, there's a couple of bigs in this Norfolk Island team. Now they look to sweep around again. The ball in the middle of the field, that's James Big, that's offloaded. Here's Quintel looking to run a punish towards the link. The defense is not quite there for Samoa. Pariki was a little bit loose. Ball width, yeah, did go to ground. But that gap between middle and middle, that was as wide as the Red Sea there.
Interesting if he controlled that ball, what the ref was going to call there, but I did think he got touched regardless. But again, the refs are closer than what we are.
Better eyesight than you as well, I hear, Michael, as Pariki goes down the channel on the right-hand side.
I play by noise, I don't play by eyes. If I can hear the winger, sometimes I can get it to him.
Johnston and Sefuiva, the Sydney connection. Sefuiva, he tries to get him behind the defence. He had a highlight reel for the ages from yesterday. And he asked me to plug him a little bit more today. I said, no, thank you. Got enough noise on social media, mate?
Yeah, he was blowing up my phone last night. I'm trying to have a nap, and around the world, people liking that little step he did on the new A game. So,
and Johnston with the tap from half. Very experienced there is Eddie Johnston. The sweep comes around. That's Pasifika Pai. He dives over, does young Terrell. Although the touch has been caught. I think if he had gotten to ground and slid the ball over the line, it might have been more of a chance. But just a little bit too high on the dive there.
Yeah, I think Body had to get on the ground. And Wes
roll ball, yeah.
had to be stronger there.
He did.
That's a good call from the ref. You're playing men's touch, Wezo.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, ball security, and when it's in these wet conditions, it's the onus is really on the attacker, isn't it? The ball carrier to get the ball to the ground, get superior body position. And Norfolk Island flirting with the touchline there. Here's Morgan taking them forward. This is a great set for them. They've got enough strike power on the field there through Wazoric. Looking to scoop out a dummy half. Man was the call early from Sefuiva, and a little bobble at the roll ball. They'll be disappointed with the end to that set, but it was building nicely for Norfolk Island.
And again, Samoa transition well here. They're going to get over halfway again on 3. Just got in there.
Yeah, and Johnston just showing how to ruck in these wet conditions. If you're going to hold the ball, it might be better just to cup it and get the ball to the deck as Leituvai runs his passive out to the left-hand side, the deep link, and there's a simple draw and pass. That is about as textbook as it gets. Jesse Leituvai sets it up, go 1 pass, 2 pass, and Samoa have gone over in the corner. As we see on the Struddies replay, Leituvai out to Pasifika Pai, and then the one more pass out to Mark Kitiona. And Samoa grabbed their second of the afternoon. We're about halfway through this first half.
And Samoa's just, showing a lot of experience here that if you get out of the end and you're getting over that halfway at touch 3, then you open up. The defence is already on the back foot, and it's hard to recover if you don't win touch 5.
And especially when they run that passive as well, isn't it? It just makes it even more so difficult. And my apologies, that's their third of the afternoon. Morgan, he was dangerous out of dummy half yesterday. Has he managed to thread the needle there? I think he might have.
Oh, the ref made a call. He might have been out.
Oh, unfortunate there. What has she called here? Is that a touch and pass?
Yeah.
Unfortunate. TK Morgan, he is absolutely dynamite coming out of dummy half, as we saw throughout the day yesterday. And he'll be a real strong figure for Norfolk Island moving forward. And it was great to see. So yesterday, having a chat with Benny Wazoric. I'll pause there as Pariki looks to scoop through. Touch has been called.
And even Kalani was honest on that. And it's, if you're honest, and karma is a true thing, isn't it? And Kalani did put his hand up there and go, yep, I did do a no touch. I wouldn't have told the ref, but I do promote it that you should tell the ref, and you'll get the result later.
And it's definitely in the spirit of the game, isn't it? And it's a cornerstone of our sport, that honesty and integrity. As we've seen probably plenty of examples of throughout the weekend, but yeah, just the most recent example there. But this Norfolk Island team, about 3/4 of them are based on the island, which is, an amazing feat for such a small nation. And with only a couple being based in Queensland, as well as their coach Ryan Pollock, the Australian and Queensland legend, it's building nicely for them, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah, it is, and it means the world to them. We got to catch up with Pollock this morning and Benny, and these boys are just stoked to be a part of this. They got to play in their first ever South Pacific Games, and it just puts it back in their country now. The game's going to be a part of their country floor map and event calendar.
Absolutely, as Seth Weaver scoops out a half, long ball goes over the top. And yeah, Princely Ma, he probably just wanted to be a little bit deeper on that one. The ball would have fallen in his lap. And it's also awesome to see Princely Ma, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah, I got to play in the 2019 Pacific Games with him and his sister in the 2019, and in 2015 got to play with his sister. And, it's good to see him, and he's based here in Queensland now, so got to catch up with him the other day and, talk about what we've achieved over the time. And we didn't achieve much in 19, but we got to play beside each other.
Well, silver medals, that's nothing to balk at, but yeah, absolutely. He is straight from Samoa, is that correct?
He is. Go and talk to him.
Yeah, might do after this.
He's still got his accent. He's still got his fluent Samoan. Shout out to his sister. I know you'll be watching.
Now Norfolk Island on the 7-metre line, looking to run out just a simple quickie play just to keep them in nice and tight on touch 1 and 2. That was Ruben Big. He's a big unit, isn't he? Very tall, very athletic for a big man. And he's got those long levers. He'll be strong in the ruck as they look to run a sweep. Morgan throwing the long ball out to the left. And the step back on the inside. Beautiful play there from Norfolk Island. And they are absolutely ecstatic about that one in the box. The young fella out wide, Joseph Snell. Brilliant to watch. It was the ball from TK Morgan that got there, and he just went jam off the left foot. Dove over the line. Great reward for the young fella.
What about the atmosphere from Norfolk that they brought this weekend? I reckon they've had family fly in from Norfolk just to be here, part of our event. Thank you for coming. Hope you're enjoying the entertainment, but I hope you enjoy seeing your little island really stamp their authority on this competition.
There's Leituvai looking to work from left to right there, and it's a bit of a change-up from his usual right to left, but I tell you what, the purchase is exactly the same. And Jesse Leituvai sets up Patsi Sialapai. As you see on the Strutties replay, got the ML play, wrapping around, bringing the link in, getting him involved. Jesse Leituvai throwing the short ball after he had committed the Norfolk Island defence. Brilliant play from Samoa.
Yeah, really composed. Jesse knew what he wanted to achieve on that one, and there we are, 4-1.
And how good is it as well to see Leituvai still involved in the Samoan setup. He's been around for a long time in Touch Samoa. Double gold medalist from the Pacific Games as well, alongside yourself. So he'll bring that experience to the Samoa side moving forward.
He was also in the 2015 gold medal in the mixed division, and when we beat PNG. So he's got a few gold medals in his cabinet. Brooke, you don't let him get too many more. He won't stop talking about it.
And Samoa coming away with the ball there from the 7-metre line, just looking to work their way towards the box. And this is what they've done when they've had the opportunity working off their 7-metre line. This is what they've done well. Their transition as Leituvai takes them forward. Next one will come from Sefuiva to Johnston, looking to lobby the ball back over the top. And I thought it could have hand there, but ball has gone to ground. Referees adjudicated that it wasn't played at. And Norfolk Island get the ball just inside their halfway line.
They probably just got that wrong again. Someone had to be in a better position there and just put the ball on the ground, and I'm sure the next player that was going to pick it up was going to do what they needed to do.
Yeah, well, they were a little bit narrow, weren't they, Sefuiva and Johnston, and didn't quite create enough space and distance for them to attack. And now Norfolk Island, hot on attack now, speaking of, and a little bobble at the roll ball, a little short ball. I thought it was a drop ball at the roll ball. The referee has called play through, and Benny Wazorek diving through the air. And the short ball works wonders for Samoa, works wonders for Norfolk Island as well.
Yeah.
The two veterans combining big, and Wazorek, Benny Alphabet, as he's affectionately known. And they nabbed Norfolk Island second of the morning.
What's that? Make it 4-2.
4-2 at the moment. And what a time to strike as well. Just before half-time, Samoa would love one in reply. They've got Leituvai on the field. Sefuiva will drive in. They need to get closer to the 7. happy to be patient in their setup. There's the halftime hooter. This will be the last play of the half. They run a block out the back. Sefuiva lets it go. Can they finish in the corner? Touch is being claimed out wide. I think he had the time and space to go over himself there. Sefuiva opted to pass off unselfishly, and then they couldn't quite convert in the corner to get their 5th for the afternoon. Big play there from Norfolk Island.
Yep. Wesy, you wanted a highlight reel. You got to make those right decisions.
Shout out to our man Wes as Samoa take a slender lead into the break. It is 4-2. Join us after halftime for the second half action. And welcome back to the second half of this Open Men's fixture between Samoa and Norfolk Island. If you're just joining us, Samoa have taken a 4-2 lead into the halftime break. But the story really is Norfolk Island. You can see them in the box, Michael. Just their enthusiasm and their attitude towards this tournament is just really, really infectious. Just dancing in the box at halftime.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've saw the after parties on tonight, and, they're probably missed an opportunity to play in the semi-finals today, but they're going to finish this game strong, and so they can keep dancing for the rest of the day after this game.
Absolutely, and well into the night too with the after party to come, and they'll get first use of the football in the second half. Wazoric goes in, they run a sweep, Big looking to step back into the hole, nothing coming there though. That hole between Sefuiva and Johnston, very, very tight, and no opportunity there to dive through. So they've defended that set well, Samoa, and that's exactly how they would have wanted to start the second half.
Yeah, and again, Samoa will show experience here and just get there halfway where they need to be. And, I don't know if he was onside there, Ruben, but good little sneaky play. But, Ruben, you are on camera. You can't do that.
As well as being on camera, he's caught the eye of the referee as well. So Samoa get a repeat set. Here's Arfook with the ball.
A correction, that was Saxon Snell, sorry, not Ruben. Ruben wouldn't do that.
No, he's an honest man. As Leituvai comes down off the ML, looks to plug short again, maybe just conditioning the defense here. He's a clever operator, isn't he, Jesse Leituvai? So throws the short on that occasion. We'll see what he can come up with on the back end of the set as well. Fook goes down, Leituvai scoops out a half, looking to run the passive out the back for Sione, and he's right there. He just falls over the line. They ran the short play on the first touch, on the first attack, and then ran the passive out the back. Just a clever operation there from Jesse Leituvai.
Yeah, plenty of experience here. Evan Ryder, coming off the back of Pacific Games. Very composed, run your lines. And it's as easy as that.
Yeah, 5-2 is the current score for Samoa. They missed one just on the stroke of half-time, and they've managed to peg it back just after half-time. So they'll be happy with that effort. And now Norfolk Island just ambling towards the 7-metre line through Evans and Calstrap. They've got TK Morgan parked that right link, but here he comes around on the sweep. They've dummied and gone towards the short side as Evans. Great defense there from Johnston though. Patiselapai makes the touch. Evans scoops out a half, looking to throw the short ball. The chopper not quite there though. The hole is there, but the chopper not quite as Morgan. Gets the ball, looks to throw the cutout pass, but it's been snatched out of the air by Samoa. Here he comes down the field, looks to offload. And great touch there, great chase from Norfolk Island. And Samoa will get the ball on touch 0 right on halfway. And Pasifika just moving the ball towards the 7 metre line. He says, give it back to me, I'll have another crack. And he's right on the 7 and draws the penalty. Not moving forward was the call from the referee. And they'll get a fresh set of 6 right on the 7 metre line.
Yeah, and you'll probably see Tyrese and Ryder set up something here. They were a bit of a buddy-buddy in the South Pacific Games, and they know how to read each other. So I'm sure they'll partner up here and possibly put one over.
He's just taking a tumble there, Pasifika. Norfolk is dummy half. He does unload the ball. And he's taken another tumble. He took one yesterday in the match, complaining about perhaps a rib or a sternum, and this one he started to limp off. He just got caught up in the roll ball, didn't he? Let's hope he's okay. As he limps towards the end goal line, clutching at his ankle. Hope he hasn't gone over on it. But as we move back to live action, Samoa about to take the tap. Norfolk out of dummy half, goes to Paraki. Leituvai directing traffic on the left-hand side. Touch has been made. He'll come for a 4-on-3. Paraki, as he managed to dive through the boys there. The referee asked the question, and great honesty from the Norfolk Island boys. They say no touch was claimed. Paraki dives over for his second of the match, and that is great work there from Samoa. Yeah, great honesty there between the two Calstrap boys.
Jesse's read that early. They've set that up and they've run it to a T.
So 6-2 with 5 minutes gone in the second half. Now Norfolk Island look for Big and Wazorek to really direct traffic on this one. Tried to get him behind there, did Cameron Christian. And he manages to draw a penalty as a result. Offside was the call. Paraki just a little bit too slow going backwards. And now they'll look to attack from the 7. I'll tell you what, Ruben Big, he's a big unit, pardon the pun, but Benny Wazorek, he's a bit of a unit himself, isn't he?
He is. Well, I can't remember how old he is, 50, 40, no, I think he's 40. He's a fire brigade. Thank you for your service. But he also is a bit of a CrossFit freak. He telling me about a story about he went head-to-head with his mate. I'm sure his mate's watching from his CrossFit gym. And, you know, some of those bloody CrossFit games, workouts, I don't do any of them, but, man, you got to be fit for it.
I think the closest you'll find me to a CrossFit gym is probably at the KFC down the road, Michael Rasmussen, because you won't catch me in one of those.
Well, I must be in that same drive-through.
And just another fun fact, actually, about Benny Alphabet. He was part of the very first Norfolk Island international team that played at the 2005 Youth World Cup out in Kawana here. And that was in the under-18 boys. So it's great to see him really giving back and showing that commitment to Norfolk Island. So shout out Benny Wazorek. As we see a turnover there from Samoa.
And that's 2 games back-to-back. We saw Bo in the previous game. We see Benny now. We see Remus out there. We see Drummy. We see Cody. Oh, and good tackle. But you can't do that.
Playing the wrong code. I think he was trying to nab the intercept, wasn't he, Seth Weaver? And TK Morgan got his hands to the ball first, which meant that he collected ball and body at the same time. But play continues. He's gone in for a dive there, TK Morgan. Rolling is the call. He just got them rolling on the back foot, didn't he, Morgan? And he'll go for a quick tap as well. Tries to stand up right or Norfolk. And he's a real live wire, isn't he, TK Morgan?
He is. And they'll probably look to play to him again here. And Benny chucks it to him, gets him one-on-one.
He tried to go off the right foot.
And they tell me he's very new to the game touch. So I'm sure over this next few years, he's really going to develop into a touch strike weapon.
And Wazorek looking to throw the link ball to Quintel. That was a great line that he ran, although it probably was too narrow a corridor to thread the needle. 5th touch is coming. And Norfolk Island, they've thrown a fair bit at the Samoan defence. Looking to shake off the ball was TK Morgan. Yeah, if he was just a little bit wider, he probably would have worked the defence a little bit more. Just a little bit of inexperience coming into play. And speaking of inexperience, we've got a bobble at the roll ball from Pasifika. But luckily for him, he wasn't quite on the mark, so he got the opportunity to retake it. And now Samoa will look to work towards their box and get their attackers onto the field.
They're going to shift the momentum here, Samoa, because they didn't have much ball just then for a period of time.
Yeah, well, it's been a while since they've been down this end of the field as well. Paraki on the ball.
Got some experience out there now with Jesse coming into that link, and he'll look to, I reckon we're going over here.
Oh, he tries to throw short. He's persisted with that short ball, hasn't he?
Well, it's worked all game, and why go away something that's not broken?
I mean, that's exactly right, isn't it? If something works, why fix it? So, Leituvai, maybe now he might look to change that up.
Yeah, I think
Norfolk
so.
Island we're pretty switched on in terms of defence there. There's now Quintel, followed by Wazorek, just looking to create the extra numbers, and that's great patience there from Benny Alphabet. Getting the fresh numbers onto the field. Here's Kalsrap. Approaching the fifth and final touch. Yeah, another
had to be strong there.
Another error from the Norfolk Island boys.
And those key 1%ers, if you can fix those in your game, it does help you back into that set and the back end of those games. Extra defence is no good for anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Lima and dummy half. Passes off to Patisialapai. Sef Weaver comes onto the field. Wrapping around as well is Paukofe. Ball goes back to Sef Weaver. Paukofe out of half. Takes 2 steps and offloads to Sef Weaver. Kalsrap up to the task on defence.
He wanted to show us a right foot there. Yesterday we saw the left foot, but the left foot must have been asleep on that one. He might get him on this one. Sure if this fellow watched that. And he's thrown his dummy.
He's used the ball on that occasion instead of his feet. Lima goes over in the corner and he's dove over. And Sef Weaver, just the class there, wasn't it? Holding the ball in 2 hands, keeping the defence guessing. And Prince Lima goes over in the corner.
That was a good footy, wasn't it? Watch what the boys are doing in front of you. Jonathan Thurston in the rugby league done that the best. The old drop under, hold on to it, and fooled a lot of people. I mean, Benji set the standard years ago in that grand final. But, yeah, Wes done that really well then.
I'll tell you what, Nathan Cleary set one up against the Broncos with that sort of similar.
Yeah, Ezra was a bit asleep there.
Yeah. But anyway, we're talking about on-field action here at Bill Norris Oval for the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. And we are just ticking under 5 minutes left in this match. The last fixture probably for the Norfolk Island men's as they're out of contention for the semi-finals as Patisialapai is back on the field, but he's just pulled up a little bit lame there again. I think he might want to take a seat because those cars and those hammies, they are absolutely golden in this game. He won't want to do any further damage. And as you see, he's limping off the field. We'll hope he's okay. 7-2 is the current score to Samoa, and they're looking likely for a semi-finals berth. I think it's probably just the seedings that need to be taken into account now, right? Is that, Michael?
Yes, I think so. I think you're going to find Samoa is going to play the Indigenous in that, possibly. I don't quite have the results from that last game against the Cook Islands that they played, and I'm sure that would have played a little factor. But Cookie's still got another game to go.
Yeah, they've got the game in hand, the defending champions, and they'll be looking to go back-to-back this year. And that top 4 is really shaping up and really firming up as we approach the pointy end of the tournament. Paraki offloads to Leituvai, steps off the right foot, and the defender just lost their footing, did Evans. The hole was there between the 2 middles, and Jesse Leituvai really showing his class here.
Yeah, I think he just... Yeah, that early step, it's hard to defend. The late step's easy to defend. The early ones, you sort of think you're in the right spot, and I've been done from a few of them over my time. And Jesse's just done that really well.
Yeah, and just the wet conditions underfoot as well, perhaps playing a part in that defensive error from Norfolk Island. As Wazorek will look to rally the troops here. The ball swings back towards the centre of the field. Here's Big on the ball.
I do want to see Norfolk cross here. I want that crowd atmosphere again that we saw in the first half.
Yeah, just managed to nab him on the shorts, didn't he? The Ramika Paraki. Wazorek and Big, the 2 spiritual leaders of this Norfolk Island team. We'll see what they can cook up on the last. Looking to scoop out a half and lobbing the ball over the top. They had the overlap momentarily out on the left-hand side. Wazorek, they've actually got one more, and he steps towards the short side. Ramika Paraki gets his body in the lane. And with 2.5 minutes left, the result is obviously well out of reach for Norfolk Island, but that won't stop them trying towards the very end.
No, I think they're going to push through for this last 2 minutes of their campaign, and You know, what a campaign they've had. They got that win, and I'm glad they've got that win against PNG in that last one. You know, I just think leaving this competition with a win under their belt, it's going to bring a lot of confidence back to the island and, you know, only push them forward and make them more competitive over years to come. And we've got another clash.
And I'll tell you what, it's Seth Weaver again. He's getting reckless out there. You might want to take him off the field, sir.
He's also in the CrossFit Games, but he's forgetting this is not CrossFit. He doesn't need muscles for touch.
Well, I'd love to see him and Benny Wazorik go at it. The classic David and Goliath battle there, I think. Is they've got the recount, though, Samoa. So Seth Weaver on the ball, Afuk. Sweeper coming around, Paukofi. He'll look to dive over on the outside. Ruben Big, he gets those long levers in action. I don't know if you're going to get around him. And I'll tell you what, him and Wazorik in the middle, you're going to have to find some holes somewhere else, I think.
I think so, but see what Wes does here.
Great touch there from Benny.
Benny's a bit too experienced for those goosies. He's been watching them for years. Drummy got him once yesterday, but not today.
Fook, will he look to kill on the near side of the touchline? Seth Weaver getting those dancing feet going again. Great hands there from Pati Sialapai. Comes out to Paukofi, looks to offload. They're still alive here, and they've probably lost, to their detriment, they've lost probably about 5 metres. And now Norfolk Island, instead of starting on their 7, they'll start from about 6 or 7 off their 7. And within a couple of touches, they're at halfway. Oh, he's opened up the gap here. Great pace. It's like he was shot out of a cannon. Calstrap. Yeah, he almost went through, but it was a great diving touch there. I think Paukofi made it for Samoa, and it had to be made, didn't it?
Yeah, plenty of pace, and I think, you know, that nearly opened up for him, but the defence knew he was coming, and that he is a big part of this Norfolk team with his speed, and they just read it well.
Now Samoa 8-2, and right in the shadows of full time here. There's just over 10 seconds left. We'll see if they can finish with a flurry. Paraki looking to go in. The hooter goes in the background, but will finish on a penalty. They've got to play it out. Are they happy to die with the football and take themselves into a semi-final berth? Paraki, it's his turn to get the dancing feet going. The player's still alive. Kalani Sione. Yeah, they all sort of stopped and paused and looked at the referee. He said, "What are you looking at me for?" Sione takes the last touch of the game. 8-2 is the final score. Samoa get the spoils here. Norfolk Island draw the curtains on what they'd probably class as a successful campaign. And Samoa will move on to the semi-finals. What a match there.
Yeah, that was a great final round game for the men's... for Samoa and Norfolk. And thank you again, Norfolk, for being a part of this campaign. And we look forward to next year for another big year for them.
Absolutely. 2025, we'll try and lock that in as soon as possible. This is the second edition of the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We've got a few more fixtures on this field before we get into grand final action later on in the day. But for this one, it was Samoa getting up over Norfolk Island 8-2.
let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has its day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you and I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. Ain't no in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast's back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mindin' they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that
Welcome back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, where we are all set for semi-final action. We have a semi-final matchup here in the open women's section between Samoa and Indigenous. They qualified, as we see on the ladder there, they qualified in spots 1 and 4. The Indigenous finishing top of the table, narrowly ahead of the Cook Islands. Maori and Samoa rounding out that top 4. So on field 1 we'll have Maori versus Cook Islands. On this one we'll have Samoa versus Indigenous. You can chop and change between the two. You can have 2 devices, however you want to do it. You can watch both of these open women's semi-finals here at the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup as we get underway. This is the Indigenous working from right to left, as I'm joined in the commentary box by Michael Rasmussen yet again. We saw this match earlier today, Ras. How do you see this one unfolding?
Well, it depends what the coaches did in their time between these games. I think if they went back and did a few review with some of the core key members of the teams, we should see difference in both of them to fix up those little crucial errors they both made.
Yeah, well, it was a very close game, wasn't it? And that wasn't close at all. Samoan player Nasalio just not managing to get quite onside when the sweeper came around, and the Indigenous will open us up through Hickling, as we see on the action replay there, via Strutties. Brilliant setup there from Indigenous, just starting the game nice and simple, testing out the Samoan defence and seeing what they can get away with, and they've got away with the touchdown there.
Yeah, well executed, and you do want to score on that first set.
And then if you are Samoa, you'd want to hit back immediately after.
Correct, and Ella will guide them around here. I think they'll set for her to sweep around, and here she comes. She sets up for the back door.
She comes around, looks to go short side. Can she get on the outside? Throws the short ball. Just testing the waters a little bit. 5th and final incoming. And she'll look to scoop to the short side. Can she get through? Great finish. That was a clever finish, I think, on a static 5th and final. That's probably the result that Samoa wanted. If they weren't going to get the try, at least plug it down their corner of the field.
Yeah, and make them work to their box. And it's going to take them a few more than 2 to get down. And it causes those things as well, the unforced errors.
Absolutely. We see the benefit paying dividends immediately for Samoa, just by simply locking them in the corner of the field and then applying a little bit of pressure that forces the Indigenous to go expansive to their box straight away. Fook and Nasalio working in tandem in the middle. Fook looks to get the quickie. Can she get on the outside? Touch has been made though. Tight defense there from the Indigenous women's. And an intriguing matchup that we've got on our hands here, because it was so close, even though the Indigenous have been dominant throughout the round robin. Now we see Nasalio looking to go to a very narrow short side. Touch has been made there. And they're throwing plenty at them, the Samoan women's. They'll look to centre the attack. And that's the 5th and final. Our Fook will look to scoop out a half. Yeah, probably just lost their way towards the end of that set. Samoa potentially didn't throw enough at them. And as a result, the Indigenous able to defend that set.
Yeah, and that was just, they had to win that set, and both were trying to execute something, and Indigenous executed it well, their defensive pattern.
And they were very strong defensively throughout the tournament, as we saw yesterday and this morning. Great yardage on offer there. And the scoop comes out of half, but they've got one more in hand. The scoop comes out of half from Skeen, looking for the short ball. No touch has been made. The touch has been made. I thought she had gone through, but a touch probably on the boot, and an important one at that by Saini Putau. And they managed to snuff out that attacking raid from the Indigenous. Now they're looking to ruck up down the tram tracks on the right-hand side of the field, close to their box. You can see from the umbrella, it is drizzling a little bit here at Bill Norris Oval in Bentley. But I tell you what, that hasn't really put a damper on the atmosphere here. It has been absolutely electric around the grounds. As you can see, plenty of people in spectatorship here as the ball goes out to the left-hand side, tried to thread the needle. The ref has called play through. Have they scored here? Great cover defense from the Indigenous. That's that effort that wins you finals.
Correct. And I think they're Misha. Yeah, she just put her body on the line, knew what she had to do to keep pushing through, and she got that touch that needed to be made.
It's those effort plays, isn't it? When you come to knockout football, those effort plays, losing some skin for the girls, putting your body on the line. And great press defense, though, from Samoa. Have they lost their way here? They actually have.
They've just got to reset, I think, Indigenous. They've got to reset, get to the box, do what they were doing, and then play some touch at the other end of the field.
Yeah, and I tell you what, she's young, but that play there from Watkins, just to slow things down. Samoa looking to bail early towards their sub-box, but they needed some soldiers on the field, and Watkins just taking the extra touch, the extra 2 seconds to get their players onto the field. But as a result, they do need to strike from a long way out here, Samoa. The ball comes wide.
They probably didn't need to do that. Probably just needed to keep it in the middle, take a good strike dump, and someone probably just had to pick and go and just see what happens early in the game.
And Rani Hagan, she's been a core member of this Indigenous outfit throughout the weekend, number 8 for the ladies in the beautiful strip there. And the ball goes to ground. Yeah, just pressure from both sides early. I suppose this game is kind of going to come down to first one to be able to keep their composure and keep their calmness, especially under pressure.
Yeah, I think so. And hopefully Samoa this set show that. Caitlin's still out there. They might look to get Ella on again. I'm not sure if she's leaving the box. Yep. No, she's not going to. Oh, yes, she will get out there. And she probably needs to let them know to execute. They're going to run.
They are indeed attacking that short side there. That was Pasi coming out of dummy half. Look to get on the outside of the Indigenous defence, but well up to the task there.
And it could be a tight one again today. We're 7 minutes into this game and we're in the same probably position we were in the first game we commentated.
Yeah, absolutely. Try to run the little sneak down the blind side, trying to catch that defensive winger close to their box. Unawares. They've got a few more touches left to come in this set. That's a great drive. Scoot comes out of half from Skeen. She looks to step towards the short side. Referees managed to pull a penalty. Offside is the call. And great identification there from Kaya Skeen.
Yeah, and I think she'll take a bit of control here.
This ball comes back towards the middle of the field. That's Seaston, and great hands there. I think probably the pass just slipped a little bit too far forward, but we see another penalty called, so that's 2 there. Samoa will want to be on their toes here as another penalty will incur a player being in the exclusion zone. Here's Skeen offloading to the right-hand side. That's Seaston. Couchy there. Looking to run a punish. It was a little bit of a stuttered start to the move. Didn't quite have the momentum needed to penetrate the defensive line. And
she backed herself a little bit there. She obviously thought she could have taken Ella there, but yeah, read that wrong.
And then it comes to an error from the Indigenous, probably an unforced one. And now Samoa will get the ball coming off their line. Adds 2 touches there, trying to get to their box. And the pressure coming, really applying some heat, this Indigenous outfit, but they managed to pop out and create some numbers out on the left. The long ball goes out. And unfortunately just not keeping up to play there. Wong out on the wing. And Dela Cruz, the coach of the Indigenous, we saw her in action in this exact same fixture earlier today. She's put the polo back on and is going to lead the girls from the box and leave it in the hands of these young girls.
Yeah, and I think, you know, she knows what these young girls are capable of, and she's backing them to go out there and do the job.
And the ball comes through the middle of the field. Great pass there, and identification from Clarkson. Puts Hagan through the gap. And she's just got too much pace. You're not going to catch her. That's the Indigenous' second of the semi-final. And really stamping her class early. Great pass there from Clarkson.
Yeah, and you got to identify that. I think as a link, if you got Rani sniffing around that ball, she's going to look to run. And she's shown that all over the world when she represented Australia and yeah, even in the All-Stars game.
Absolutely. And now Samoa. They want to peg one back early. They've taken an early 2-0 deficit, 10 minutes or 9.5 into this first half. of the Open Women's semi-final of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Norfolk will look to get the quickie going down towards the short side, as we know, as a punish. But just not quite getting that ball straight off the deck, and it cost her a little bit of time there, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so, but the option was there, but just the execution wasn't.
Yeah, it was the link ball, the link hole that had opened up, and Hagen really puts the head down and says, let's go forward, girls, let's get some forward momentum, and now get some fresh troops on. She'll take another ruck towards opposition territory. And the poor, yeah, she knew it too. As soon as she passed it, didn't she, Malorcha? And she put her hands to her head and said, no.
But I think as at the back end of this tournament, when you come into the semi-finals, fatigue is not an excuse anymore. I think, you got to be on your game and you got to be ready to raid.
Well, that's what separates the good players from the great players, isn't it? That cool and calmness under pressure. The ball goes forward.
It does, and you see it at the NTLs that
numbers there, sorry, and Ella Watkins holds the ball up in two hands, sends the defenders scrambling. Oh, and a touch has been caught. I thought that was ball down. I thought it was relatively easily from Ella Watkins, but the referee has spotted a touch before the ball was down.
Yeah, and Salo Man let her know, hey, I got ya.
Can she do it again? She also says, leave her. She really manned up there, Salumam, and says, no, if that's your key player, put me on the ball. I'll defend that all day. Very experienced campaigner, isn't she, Salumam? As they look for some purchase down the right-hand side.
And I think we'll see a bit more of the little push and shove, and you don't want to get into that game and that arm wrestle, especially if Samoa being 2-0 down. You don't want to be worrying about the extra effort stuff you don't need to use your energy on.
As we quickly approach halftime, the game has gone that thick and fast that we are only 3.5 minutes out from halftime. 2-0. The Indigenous hold a slender lead as the ball comes back to the middle of the field, waiting for the fresh troops. And they'll only have maybe one or two touches to actually strike at the line. Norfolk with the ball, looking for some supporters. The ball goes to Piutau. She'll look for a punish play going down that narrow short side, and Rani Hagen has spotted the intercept. She'll shriek away here. There is no catching her. She's got those long strides going. It's a great effort from Sybil Piutau. She gives up towards the end, and Rani Hagen, she's tried her hardest all weekend, and that is what she's been able to come up with, game after game after game in this tournament.
Yeah, and just look at that, pure speed. She knew what she had to do. She got in the lane, and she's changed the momentum of the game again. Samoa was building a little pressure on that line, and she got to shift that back into their gear.
Absolutely, against the run of play, those intercepts, and now extending that to a 3-0 lead in this semi-final between Samoa and Indigenous. It's been an excellent tournament here out at Bill Norris Oval across both days, and we hope to see it just grow and grow and grow. So we see Samoa now approaching the 7-metre line. Lolet, she has been trying hard for Samoa all tournament. Great touch there made on Watkins.
And that was great from Ella there, because she knew that hard push and she still got the clean dump. Because you don't go looking for the refs to give you a penalty.
And they're just on the transition, just spit out a half. Will she get caught? Watkins with the effort play. They've managed to find the extra number there, the Indigenous, but an easy 35 metres up the paddock. And straight away on touch too, they're already in striking distance.
Yeah.
Great eyes up football there.
Good positioning now for a setup here. And they'll look to try and execute here off the back of that.
Now Conlon working in the middle there with Seaston. Looking to run a rooster play. They've wrapped around towards the open side, and that's relatively easy there for the Samoan defence. Pass not quite up to scratch. Had to collect around her ankles, did Hickling, and they'll just run the ball out of room. Although, will they? Hagen pops the ball over the top. They've created something out of nothing. Samoa will be disappointed with that one. And the Indigenous, on the other hand, being able to create another try off a static fifth play. That's great eyes up touch.
Yeah, and I think that fatigue just kicked in there, and they defended so well off the back of that, and just went to sleep on that last one. And Rani being out on that field, you don't want to fall asleep at any time on the field.
Absolutely. 4-0 now. And Samoa, I don't think they'd want to let this get away from them too early. It's still only half time, 15 minutes each half. And that's not going to help the compounding efforts, the fatigue starting to set in at the end of a long tournament for the Samoans. Now the Indigenous getting the ball just outside Samoan territory, and they'll just push the ball forward. I think they might just need to be a little bit more, add a little bit more space to their yardage coming through the field. They're very narrow, but they've got the ball up in time for one last strike play before the end of the half. But the ball goes to ground, and with a couple of seconds left, Samoa will take the touch, will head into half-time. 4-0 down. Caitlin Norfolk happy to take the touch. And 4-0, and an enterprising first half. The Indigenous really showing that they're here to play finals football. They're up 4-0. We'll see what what Samoa can come up with after the break-in reply, but it's at halftime. Indigenous leading Samoa 4-0. And welcome back to our second half coverage of this Open Women's semi-final between the Indigenous and Samoa. And the Indigenous really stamping their class all over that first half. Michael, if you are Coach Patsi Nasalio for Samoa, what are you saying to your ladies at halftime?
Girls, go back to what you've done all tournament. Go back to what we've trained to do and get up the field, transition early, and don't drop your heads. Stay in this game because 4-0 down. If they can score 4 in the first half, you can score 4 in the second.
Absolutely, and it'll start from this first set as Norfolk looks to go through, hoping for an offside call, and she's managed to get it as well. I think that might have been Clarkson not quite making her 7 metres there. Norfolk played to the referee, and Caitlin Norfolk goes over for Samoa's first of the afternoon, and that's one that they've picked back. They've got another 3 to go, though.
Yep, but if they'd listen to the coach, I'm sure they've got this down pat. They'd defend this set, go end to end. Even if they don't put a try on the next one, just get it end to end and just build that pressure.
Absolutely. Start to win that battle because the Indigenous in the first half, they really applied some heat defensively coming through the midfield, looking for those extra numbers. Hickling working with Clarkson in the middle. Hagen looking to sweep. The hole is there through the middle of the field, and Norfolk not quite in tight enough. Nasalio pulled her corner and the gap opened up between them. And you got to be in tight when you're around Rani Hagen on the 7.
Yep, she's really stepped up in this semi-final, and she's leading the team around again.
And it was just a simple play in the end. And Samoa, after working so hard to get their first of the match, they can concede one, and they go back to that 4-try deficit. 5-1 is the current score. They've run this sort of little starter all tournament, Samoa, that little pop out on touch 1. It gets them up the field in about 2 touches. And then you've got 2 bites at the cherry when you come down to the 7-metre line. Looking to run a rooster play. They wrap around. Lole, was the touch made there? Yes, it was. And it had to be made. It was a great dive. But Kaya Skeen said, yep, I'll touch you there, Miss Lole. And she has been great for Samoa, hasn't she, this number 5. As the scoop comes out of dummy half, they go against the grain. Nothing quite happening there, though, for Samoa. And Indigenous will get the ball on their 7-metre line.
Yeah, and Lola, you know, her parents run their own franchise of touch in Springfield, Stingers. And I seen her dad made the World Cup squad for Samoa in the 30s mixed side. So I'm pretty sure she may also have joined him and is the women's squad as well.
So they look to scoop towards the outside. Hagen goes through, and it's just pure speed that gets them over the line. The experienced campaigner, Salumam, puts the ball down. She's got a big old smile on her face, and the Indigenous extend their lead out to 6-1. And Hagen, there was a beautiful scoop, just stepped to the outside. The diving effort, not quite enough there for Samoa. And that's their 6th of the afternoon. The Indigenous, I'll tell you what, if they end up going on with the job there and meeting the winner of the Cook Islands and the Maori team in the other semi-final in the grand final, they'll be tough to beat. As Arfuk looking to go forward with Nasalio.
But they've been in sync the whole competition, haven't they? They've all known their job, and they, you know, not the best performance in the last round game today, but really have come out here and amended their errors and amended what they need to do, and they're putting on a classy performance.
Looking to run a little bounce out play. Oh, the pass came off Salumam. Back to 1 was the call, but no, a penalty has been called actually. And so Samoa will get a fresh set of 6 on the line. Just going back to your point earlier about the World Cup squads being announced, it was great to see as the ball goes to ground there. It's great to see so many of those Samoan World Cup squad members playing in this tournament. You talk about the likes of Margaret Patisialapai and Eddie Johnston as well in that 30s mixed squad, and Tila Lole, as you mentioned, along with her father in the women's and the 30s mixed squad as well. So it's great to see, and this will give them a great preparation in terms of building for that July tournament.
Yeah, and that's going to be a crack of a World Cup. I think, you know, we're still in building phase and moving and strengthening our Pacific countries. You know, there's still a big gap there between Australia and New Zealand, but I think in England this year, coming off the back of Pacific Games and, you know, 2 of these events now too, I'm sure we're going to go over there with a lot more experience than we were in 19.
Absolutely. And they'll just get better and better and better as Lole looks to go towards the short side. Have they gone over there, Samoa? She threw to the chopper. The referee says play through, and Samoa have picked one back. Great eyes up footy there. And it was Tila Lole setting it up. But what about the hole out wide on the right-hand side?
Just picked that winger. And you know, she just wasn't in a position where she needed to be, but I'm sure she'll get that right next time.
Sani Putel ended up going over there for Samoa. 6-2 is the current scoreline, so they've gone back to that 4-try deficit that they entered half-time with. And this is probably better from Samoa. They need a little bit more pressure applied to this Indigenous outfit as the ball goes towards the middle of the field. Clarkson with the ball. Work the middle is the cry from the Indigenous box, and they look for maybe a rooster play. They wrap around towards the open side. Ball goes long over the top towards the short side. Great finish. It was easy in the end for Alani Conlon to catch and put it down over the line.
Yeah, and again, Rani's just putting on a clinic out here at the moment. She's really composed and she's putting it down for the halves and the ball players to play what's in front.
And it's that selfless play, isn't it? It was a great ball over the top from Evie Clarkson that found the mark. And Indigenous with a relatively commanding lead here with just under 9 minutes left in the game. And I'll tell you what, I think Samoa would probably have to be near perfect if they want to really challenge this scoreline and get close to winning this game as Watkins comes around on the scoop. That's a good pass. I think long was probably the better option. Now the Indigenous will work off their 7-metre line. Happy to take one forward, happy to take 2 forward before they move towards their box.
And Samoa can shift this momentum, but they're going to have to push. Their defence has to move quick, and they have to push and put some pressure on this Indigenous that seem to be able to roll down the field too easily.
And that's what happens when you're playing from behind on the scoreboard, isn't it? You're playing off the back foot, and you really have to try and force the issue. But the Indigenous girls, as long as they can keep their cool, great evasion there from the player as they go out to the right-hand side. Great pick out on the wing there from Patisialapai. Couldn't get away from Salumam there. Now just happy to shift and try and get both of these Samoan middles up in defence.
I think Kaya Skeen, they'll look to give it back to her here.
Great touch there from Watkins. I'll tell you what, that short ball was on. He opted to go with the link ball, and the touch was made. Forward pass called from the referee. Got a call from the sideline, and now Samoa from the 7 metre line. They'll look to push forward, and they really do need to get forward because 5-try deficit in 7 minutes. It's slowly going to slip away from their grasp here.
And again, that the Indigenous were coming out to amend, and they've made a statement here. And Samoa need to win. Win some of these sets. They can't be giving it away before halfway like this. Otherwise, they can't close the gap on that score.
Now the Indigenous will start their set from inside opposition territory. Now the sub has come on, a little bit delayed, but they'll show the patience needed to get down to the 7. They've got the ball on the outside. They had the numbers momentarily.
Yeah, but played the safe, wet footy. I think that's what she did there.
And it's all about playing the percentages, especially when you're playing from in front, isn't it? You gotta really turn the screws and protect your lead, and not try to force anything when it's not needed, as Samoa do exactly that. They try to force the pass. It wasn't on at all. And it just dipped towards the toes. And all Indigenous really need to do is just play out their set. If they can score, that's great. But as long as they can play out that clock, play out the full set of 6, they'll see themselves qualify for the grand final. As the scoop goes to the short side, long ball over the top. Ball is down. Tia Hinch gets over. And that is the Indigenous' 8th of the match. It is 8-2. Great play there from the Indigenous girls.
Look, and just went away from Rani there, and the defence probably set back and hoping Rani was going to get that ball back. They were probably in good position, but smart from the half and went short side and capitalised.
Yeah, 8-2, 5.5 minutes left in this one. And Samoa, I think, probably realising that the game's slipping away from them. 6 tries is the deficit. The Indigenous girls can see a grand final berth awaiting for them. Arfuk throws the dummy infield, looks to go wide to Watkins. Gets the ball back off the quickie, throws the short ball. That's better play from them. That's probably what they needed throughout the first half, getting the ball in the hands of Watkins and Arfuk, but it was great identification. She just threw that dummy. Arfuk went away from what they've been doing when she saw the opportunity arise, got the punish on the link, and Watkins goes over for Samoa's 3rd.
Yeah, and that play can get a lot of people if that middles sort of doesn't come in and help out there. So well executed. And well done to Ella, putting it across the line again.
And now Indigenous through Hickling and Clarkson, working the ball back towards the middle of the field. Here's Hagen. A couple of metres off the 7. They'll look to drive in. Hagen avoids the touch. Nasalia will come up and make the touch. They bounce out the link again, just going away from Hagen. Now almost using her as a decoy. And you can see the evolution in their attack, can't you?
You sure can.
Hagen now going for an open side quickie. Great shot there from Watkins.
Yeah,
she
well
read the play well.
Well read. I don't think Rani will miss that opportunity if she does try and do that strike touch again.
Touch has been made going out towards the short side. Try to get something there. Try to pull Nasalio offside. They've only got a couple more bites at the line here. Hagen looking to sweep around towards that short side. Looks to throw the long ball. Nasalio gets in the passing lane, gets the ricochet and the recount. And the Indigenous girls, yeah, they're just happy to play at their pace, aren't they? Holding an 8-3 lead with 3.5 minutes left. They know all they have to do is play out their set. Now the ball comes towards the link position, looking for a punish play. Getting that quickie going towards the short side, really attacking that link. And that's better from Nasalio. She's really trying to force the issue in defence for Samoa. Clarkson goes in. Hagen gives the quickie back. They're on their back foot here, Samoa. Was a touch made? It was indeed, but the referee has pulled a penalty. He's saying, you can see holding his fingers up, that's 2. So the next one, Samoa are going to have somebody in the exclusion area. So they're going to have to be on their best behaviour here. Hagen on the ball. Nasalio just caught reaching there a couple of times and rolling. That's 3. Somebody's got to go here. And what's going to happen? Referees pulled the penalty. Yep, he's got the call from the sideline. And Nasalio, the one that incurred that third penalty, she stepped off to the side. And now Samoa going to have to defend with 5 for the rest of the set. The Indigenous, all they'll have to do is just spread the ball wide, really stretch the Samoa defense. They've got the numerical advantage. Has the touch been made there? No, it's been missed. But the referees have pulled up a forward pass from half, was it? They're back to their full complement of 6. Ella Watkins looking to really get out of half. She's getting them down the field. Appealing for the penalty. 2 minutes to go. That's touch 2. Strong, heavy touch there on Caitlin Arfook. Ella Watkins out of half. Passes to Nasalio. And you can see the fatigue really setting in for these Samoa girls. They're trying to push towards their box, get some fresh legs on the field. They only just get them on now. And after such a good start to the set, they're now still attacking from long range as Lule. Does she get a recount? She does.
Smart play. Nothing else was on.
And with 90 seconds left, I think you can safely say now that the Indigenous are through to the Open Women's Grand Final. But we'll see if Samoa can finish with the flurry. Looking for a sweep. They're getting it around the back. Lule goes from half. She needs to unload. It's touch 4. They've got 2 more touches left in the set. As Lule goes in, they're looking for a 4-on-3 here. Manages to go through. She's found the extra number. Have they got the ball down? Ball to ground is the call from the sideline official. Although the referee says, no, there was control in that one. She got her chest and used it to get the ball down onto the turf. And Samoa will get one before the end of the game. A bit of a consolation effort, but it was great there. Coming out of dummy half, just splitting the middles open and getting Samoa's 4th for the afternoon in the semi-final.
Yeah, and look, if they can finish on that note, be pretty happy with their campaign. Anyone who can book a semi-final spot should be happy with the campaign. And the Indigenous were just too sharp out here today.
Yeah, absolutely, as they have been all tournament. But in saying that, in finals football, you do still have to perform, and they've performed in the semi-final. We'll see if they can perform in the final as well. As the hooter goes in the background, they'll finish with the flurry as well. Samoa end up making the touchdown in that corner. The hooter's gone. And that is the end of the game. The Indigenous ladies, too strong in this one. They run out 8-4 winners. And it'll be interesting to see if they can carry on in the final.
Yeah, and if I'm looking across the field right now, it looks like the Maoris have just knocked off the Cooks, possibly by 1 point there. So Indigenous and Maoris up in that grand final. What a cracker that one's going to be.
Absolutely. 2 of the form teams. They played in the exhibition last year. And this year they'll play for realsies. They'll play for keeps. And to see who can be crowned Australia Pasifika Touch Cup champions for 2024. And this one, it was the Indigenous, too strong for Samoa. They run out 8-4 winners. We'll catch you after the break. running that play that we've seen them run to perfection throughout this game. Rameka Paraki getting the first one on the board for Samoa, and the only thing bigger than that try is a smile as they nab an early 1-0 lead here. My name is Sivili Guthrie. Thank you for joining us for coverage of this game. I'm joined in the commentary box by Michael Rasmussen. And Ras, who are you looking forward to really stamp your authority in this one?
Yeah, I mean, again, in the Indigenous, you're going to be watching Marlon Doak, but also young Chase Shaw. He was instrumental in that game against Māoris this morning, so he's going to come out with and try and demand some action here. And, but I think Marlon will really take control.
Yeah, and speaking of the devil, you almost dove over there. And speaking of the other one, Doak looks to throw long over the top. Can they finish? Was the ball down? The referees are happy with that one. And it is Monsell Butterworth out on the left-hand side that dives over the line. But the long ball from Marlon Doak, that was beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah, and again, he'll do that early, but the problem is he's got too many plays in this playbook.
Yeah, his arsenal is absolutely wide, and he can pull it out when he wants to, and he puts on a show for the crowds, doesn't he? Does Marlon Doak. He's got the flick passes, he's got the long balls, he's got the dives, and look for him to really lead this Indigenous side in the semi-final. 1-1 is the scoreline. They'll look to set up for Leituvai coming down the lane on the right-hand side. He steps towards the open side, looking for that block out the back, but the ball goes to ground, and the Indigenous will probably, a little bit lucky there.
They are, and there's not many plays that Jesse won't get where he needs it, so he'll be looking to use that same play throughout this whole game.
And the Indigenous, we saw them in action earlier this afternoon playing against the Maori side, really pushing them right to the limits. And I know on the other field we do have the Maori team in action, qualifying number 1 and playing against the 4th placed Cook Islands on field 1. So if you're watching from home on the live stream, you can tune into both games because they're both live streamed. This one, Indigenous against Samoa, 2 plays 3. As Leituvai looks to work the ball towards the 7 metre line, centering the attack here. Here's Tyrese Patisialapai looking for Paukofe, feeding that quick here, looking to run that little in. I think they telegraphed that a little bit too much for the Indigenous. Leituvai was looking to run that decoy on the left-hand side, but because they weren't facing him, the Indigenous knew what was coming, and they were managing to defend that play. Taylor makes the touch on Patisialapai on the 5th touch, and they'll be happy with that defensive effort, the Indigenous.
Yeah, I think so. And they'll look to roll, and their transition's going to go play in their favour here, and Q takes off.
QJ Matthew, we haven't seen much of him throughout this tournament, but he is an exciting player to watch as the ball goes back to Shaw through the middle of the field. Going back towards the centre, Shaw goes out a half, and he's had them on the back foot. The pass is going to Lifu Bray, but the hand of Jesse Leituvai gets in there and knocks it down for Samoa. That will force a recount, but it was unfolding nicely for the Indigenous.
It was, and luckily for Jesse's mittens in that way. But Deshaun will look to play here, and he's got the ball away to Q into the corner.
Yeah, Patisialapai, he saw it coming. He tried to snipe from Link and really forced the issue. Created the overlap for the Indigenous on the outside, and Lifu Bray, all he had to do was catch, throw long, and QJ Matthew dives over in the corner for the Indigenous.
Plenty of speed, plenty of wheels on QJ. You don't want him to open up. He probably would catch Goose, I think. We might make him race after this game. See who's faster.
Probably another event you can add to next year's tournament if you're listening, the organisers of the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. And now Samoa, down by 1 early in this semi-final as Paraki looks to go short side. The hole was there. I just wonder if they had pushed forward on the outside. Sionet, they might have had a half an opportunity. Seth Weaver goes in for the dump. Sionet gets the ball. He's on the outside. Then just steps straight back into numbers there. I don't know if that was the play that they were looking for. But he'll get the ball on a static 5th and final touch. Looks to shuffle his feet. Seth Weaver comes on the late switch. Ball goes to ground, and you can see just the composure from the Indigenous to say, hey, let's slow it down and let's get some control. Marlon Doak leading that.
Yeah, and I think, that's 2 sets in a row there. We see Samoa probably not going to their strike players, and I think early in this match, you've got to play strike, you've got to play high percentage touch footy, you can't go away from them because 9 times out of 10, they're probably going to pick the right play to go with.
Now the Indigenous, they're just rolling through the field, aren't they? And just turning it on when they want to. Lifu Bray now looks to go over the top. And the link chopper just not quite up to speed there. Forward pass is the call, though, from the referee. And Seth Weaver for the Samoan side. Very experienced, isn't he, as Wes?
Coming off a pretty good campaign down at NTL's a couple of weeks ago, leading that Scorps team around. I heard he was pretty instrumental in the results, and they finished second place, but again, they've made themselves available into that grand final.
Yeah, well, and he also finished top try scorer as well, so as well as the tries that he's been setting up, he's been scoring them as well.
Oh, we know that. We also have social media. We added to that. We wanted to play in the algorithm, and so we put a highlight of him up last night.
As we go back to live on-field action, we'll see what he can do in defence as part of the Samoan unit. Now the Indigenous just looking to play patient as we see the ball shift towards the centre of the field and looking to rip out that long ball, going back towards the safe side, just trying to look to play expansive, this Indigenous side. Matthew Taylor on the ball. He's been very, very strong for the Indigenous side. Looking for the ML play. They're wrapping and scooping, and stepping back towards the open side. Easily defended there, though, from Samoa. And I think they'll be happy with that defensive effort.
Yeah. And that, it's how they transition now, but it's good to have a good D set, but they got to get over halfway on three where they can. They don't quite get there, but Jesse might pick up the NO for them.
Yeah, and the wrapper's coming on Johnson. There's pressure coming to him from Simpson. And do they have one more up their sleeve? No, they don't. That was the final touch. Just losing their way a little bit.
I think it's very important they get that count right when they're driving out to the box. They, if you get to over halfway on three, you've got a couple more shots leading into that try line.
And Simpson, he really forced the issue, didn't he? On the defensive side of the football for the Indigenous. He pushed forward and stole that touch, and that meant that they didn't have one more up their sleeve to attack with. Here's Shaw coming out of dummy half, skipping towards the outside, gets on the outside of our foot. Leituvai gets caught in the lane, and a simple offload to Deshaun Lifu Bray. And the man you pointed out earlier, Chase Shaw, he's really leading this Indigenous side, isn't he?
He is. He's really stepped up. Might have been because they named him captain. He might have just taken that with ownership and accountability, and again, instrumental in that Maori draw earlier this morning, and now really turning it on Samoa.
Absolutely, and he's been in the thick of the Indigenous attack, and a big part of their two-try lead at the moment is due to Chase Shaw. Lifu Bray, the touchdown scorer, as now they look to run an ML yet again. And Brown for the Indigenous, defending that play rather easily. Leituvai, he's the key attacker here for Samoa. He'll look to use his right to left pass. He tries to go bang over the top. And we saw a couple of classy finishes from Tui Maleali Whano for Samoa out on the wing yesterday. But just no room on that occasion for him to work his magic.
Yeah, he's coming against a pretty specialised winger in Goose Butler. He's played out there at some high-level touch, with some high-level touch people as well. So, probably not the right play to run on Goose.
And the ball goes to ground there, unfortunately, for the Indigenous. The referee just saying, no, let's take it back onto the mark here. Tap ball. Just having a laugh there, Seth Weaver with the referee. And they started their set on the halfway line. And with 5.5 minutes left, Seth Weaver, as he gotten around the outside, Matthew just manages to get him on the back of the shirt.
I was going to say, I don't think he would have got around Q, but yeah, he definitely came back. He got touched.
He's definitely a character, isn't he, as Seth Weaver, as Patisi Alapai. That is a messy roll the ball. Referees not knowing what the issue is. They've managed to find a boot in the roll ball from the Indigenous, and now Samoa will get a fresh set of 6. A couple of metres off the 7-metre line. We'll see what they can come up with on attack. Paraki drives in for the dump. Leituvai comes around on the sweep. Dummies, dives over the line. Chase Shaw got caught reaching in the lane. Taylor not fast enough to get there to make the touch. He's trying to plead his case, but no, the referee does say ball down, and Leituvai gets Samoa's second of the afternoon.
Yeah, well, just well executed here. Matt I thought they were going to call a no touch there, but they played through, and yeah, the ref's closer than what we are, so.
Yeah, perhaps that's what he was appealing for, wasn't it, Taylor? Because there was a little bit of distance between the toucher and the ball carrier on the strike dump. Referee seeing a touch being made, though, and as we know, number one rule in any code around the world, you got to play to the ref.
That's right, because you're not holding the whistle, so you can't change anything.
Now Samoa, the Indigenous through Lethal Bray. The sweep comes around from Shaw. He looks to plug the short side. Pariki, though, well up to task on defence. Touch 4 is the count. Happy to just be patient. Shaw with Doak hovering around dummy half. He looks for a 4-on-3. Throws long over the top. Catches the winger drifting infield. Prince Lima. And then QJ Matthew, he's nabbed another one for this half. And the Indigenous regain their 2-try lead.
Yeah, and again, Marlon, he's looking before he throws that, and he noticed the winger isn't a bit too tight there. And he's always a man that can pretty much execute that 9 times out of 10.
Picks up another one for the Indigenous. 4-2 is the score. Samoa not in any real rush to get back to the halfway line. There's just over 3.5 minutes left in this first half of the Open Men's semi-final. We've got Samoa and Indigenous on this field, Maori and the Cook Islands on the field over. Leituvai comes around on the sweep, looks to run the passive out the back. Pass not quite going to the mark. I wonder, though, if they're just gearing up to just shoot that over the top, because when you got the passive, the winger comes shooting from the wing.
It's probably something Jesse probably will look at, and I'm sure the coach will tell him to have a look at over top of that winger next time. That's twice now they've been caught out.
Adrian Arfook. So just the time on your screen, we are running on tournament time. We did lose a little bit of power earlier on, so yeah, the first half is over and it is in the books. Indigenous will take the lead into half-time over Samoa. Join us after the break for the second half action. And welcome back to the second half of this Men's Open semi-final at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We are in a tight tussle here between the Indigenous and Samoa. Indigenous taking a 2-try lead into that half. Bit of a mixed bag in that first half there, wasn't it, Ras? What did you make of the first half?
Yeah, I think, the boys in the Indigenous team are playing to strike. And I think Samoa have probably gone away from strike a couple of times, and that could be the difference in the score there. Those couple of times they sort of played away from their strike power that was out there, might have hurt them a little bit in the first half.
And if you are the Indigenous coach, if you're Cody Green in the box, what are you saying to the Indigenous when you're holding a 2-try lead? What are you saying to them at half-time?
Boys, get out of your half, defend, get over the halfway line by 3, and then let the flare open up.
And I thought what was interesting as well, just looking at the Samoan chat in their halftime, they split off into their little pods. So the middle groups had their own pod. Where's Sefuiva and Eddie Johnston very vocal in that. The two experienced campaigners. Seth Weaver, as he made the touch there. The referee said, yes, you did make it, but the ball was down first, and they've nabbed the first one of the second half, have the Indigenous, and it's 5-2.
Interesting to watch it on the replay here. Wes is pretty confident he got in, but again, the ref's in the right spot at the right time, so he can see it clearer than what we can.
And he's right on the spot as well, isn't he? So 5-2. The Indigenous come straight out of the box at half time, and they've implemented probably exactly what Cody Green has told them in his halftime message. But just going back to the Samoa box, yeah, so they did split off and had the middles have a chat, and then the outsides, the links and the wings having a chat as well, just probably trying to establish a little bit of connection as Leituvai comes down towards the middle. Patisialapai comes down on the sweep and having words with the referee, just trying to plead his case there. Ref calls the touch though. Back to Leituvai on the right hand side though. He looks to play 4-on-3. Gets the ricochet. Simpson grabs it and the referee says play through, and absolutely I think that's the right call.
And there's that transition I spoke about. Cody would have said defend and get out of there, and here we are, touch 3, over halfway. Be able to set it up for the strike boys. Chasers to come on as well.
And as well, if it was the intercept, so that should have been touch 0 where the first touch happened, and now Doak's on the field and Shaw's on the field, and they've been looking likely all game. Now Doak going in, Shaw working with Brown. He'll drive for Lifu Bray out at this right link position. He'll scoop out a half, looks to throw long over the top, caught in the lane there, the Samoan defense. The ball goes over the top of winger Prince Lima, and Arthur Goose Butler dots down on the left-hand side.
Yeah, and I think that's just good execution. Had him on the back foot the whole time. It is very hard to defend that as a winger because you sort of need them to win that touch so everyone can get back in their right position, and just got found out again from some good ball players.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Ras, you won't catch me out on the wing. It is the loneliest position out there on the field.
And it's even lonely after that.
Yeah, well, Prince
Walking
Lima,
back to halfway.
Prince Lima, I'm pretty sure, would have found out there. 6-2 is the lead of the Indigenous. We're just under 4 minutes into the second half. Remember, we are running on tournament time, so our apologies if the clock you see on the screen isn't the same as tournament time. As Kalani Sionet working down the middle of the field with Terrell Patisialapai, looking to get Ramika Parki involved, looking to run a rooster play. No, they've ripped it out the long ball. He steps back off the right foot, looks to throw the link pass, but the ball has been snatched out of midair by the Indigenous. And excellent play there from the Indigenous side to get that.
Yeah, and look, just well in good position there, the link, and he's made his, that little shift there that he needed to make.
And now they've crossed over halfway within a couple of touches, and the rappers are coming on, the subbers with fresh legs, and they're looking full of energy here. Lifu Bray goes in. The ball goes back, and then they'll look to run the same platform. Paraki shoots up out of the line. Does that create numbers? Yeah, he was a little bit early, I thought. And the referees picked up on that as well. He didn't quite make the line, did the middle for Samoa.
And it was on there. It was on there. The link probably missed the jump on that one.
Well, I think they probably forced the issue, didn't he, Rami Kaparaki? He was offside, but he forced the pass a little bit earlier than Lifu Bray anticipated. And as a result, the link wasn't there to make the touch, but offside, so he does get
I was going to say from here, you probably didn't see him get over that ball. If we get a little replay there, he just got to get over top of that ball, and he just didn't do it.
As we see on the Shotties replay, yeah, absolutely. And a hint of an angled plant as well. So in these wet conditions especially, you got to control that ruck. As now Samoa crossing over the halfway line. Fook, he'll probably look to set up for Leituvai on the platform. They've popped them out though, looking to go back towards the inside. I think they might have called, back to one was the call. Did it ricochet off an Indigenous hand? But they'll get Leituvai on the sweep. Looks to go short side, steps off the left foot. He almost had enough space to dive over, but Chase Shaw makes the touch.
I think that might have been Matt Taylor there. Matt Taylor got up there, and very experienced player, and he was able to read that from Jesse. But Jesse nearly had him there.
Bullet pass out to the link. And he collected the ball and the player at the same time. So Leituvai, ball going back towards his lane.
That go back to Ryder there.
He really owns that 3-2 channel, doesn't he? That middle link. But the ball there, it's not quite clicking at the moment for Leituvai.
Yeah, it just hasn't come to him in this game. It's probably 3 there that, 9 times out of 10 he's throwing those ones, and, it might be just the ball, guys not running the holes, but, yeah, just those executions need to happen in big games like this.
Now Samoa, and the Indigenous working towards their box.
Yeah,
a little
good call,
bobble at
ref.
the roll ball. They've managed to pick that up. Yeah, we did think there was a little bobble there. And now Samoa in prime real estate get the ball trailing by 4 with 8.5 minutes left. And if they can wrestle back some of this momentum, they'll give themselves a chance. Now Pasifika is looking threatening around the back of the ruck. Referee pulls a penalty. Travis Simpson getting caught in the ruck there.
And that's probably Tyrese's signature play. He likes coming on that back door, and he's got a good footwork on him, so he will look to set up that again.
And they snipe from
Marlon,
link.
Marlon's just one step ahead of them.
That IQ to snipe from link, it really needs to be on from the defender's perspective, because if you're not on, then it just creates a pocket of space for the attacker, to catch and release. But Marlon Doak worked it to perfection there. Now looking to sweep towards the short side. Seth Weaver back to Leituvai.
Went for a big launcher, but didn't quite get that one away.
This Indigenous defense, isn't it? It's a brick wall at the moment. Samoa have only managed to pick up 2. Looking to run another ML. And he's looked for that link ball for the last few sets, actually, as Leituvai. Nothing forthcoming for him, though. But he does manage to get a recount. And now Seth Weaver on the ball. Johnston subbing onto the field. Rips the long ball to Tyrese Pasifika. Sells the dummy. Almost fooled the cameraman as well. And just sustained pressure here from the Samoan outfit. Let's see what they can come up with. They're going from right to left. Seth Weaver gets the ball. He's on the outside. Draws and passes. Brilliant finish out on the wing from Tyrell Tuimaleli Whano. And they've managed to finally get one there. It is 6-3.
Yeah, and I think, they changed their style a bit. Wes comes short side and just, catches that link in. So Q has to come in and try and put some pressure on there, and just 2-on-1. You got to be making those, and they did that one.
Yeah, well, they went away, didn't they? Yeah, as you mentioned, they went away from the last few sets and just went to something else to see if they can try and find some chinks in this Indigenous armour. And Seth Weaver managed to find Tuimaleli Whanu out on the wing to find one. So 6-3 is the score with just over 6 minutes left in this match. It is the Open Men's semi-final. So the winner of this will progress through to the final later on in the day. And the ball centering towards the middle of the field. Chase Shaw on the ball, working with Knox, gets the quickie back, looks to skip to the outside as he dove over there. Touch was made, touch was called by the referee. But he's dangerous, isn't he, as the Indigenous captain. Lifu Bray will scoop out a half, looks for the late cut on a static 5th and final, but Pariki well up to task there.
Yeah. Yeah, and Chase is, just big, he's been exposed now, and we get to watch him on a live stream platform where we just get to see his raw talent, and he's really, he's really stamping his authority in this game, and he's stamped it the whole campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. And how important do you think is this platform, Michael, when you're talking about that exposure for these Pacific nations?
Yeah, I think, we've got plenty of talent, we've got plenty of raw talent around the world, and this platform just allows us to, not only let our countries back home watch it, but also, expose the talent that, not everyone can make the top side. So, and when you don't, you still got the right talent, but this platform gives it to you for you to display it to people.
Definitely, and it is the first, as we see a penalty for Samoa. Pasifika looks for a quick tap. Referee says no, it's got to be on the mark. It is the first Indigenous tournament for the year. I know there's a couple that'll be live streamed. You've got, as well as the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, you've got Pacific Cup back home in New Zealand, as well as the Fijian Cup, Maori Nationals, where hopefully some of these players will be on display. I know players such as Marlon Doak played in the Fijian Cup last year. Salu Mam, who we saw in action for the Indigenous beforehand, played last year as well. So plenty of platforms being exposed and plenty of opportunity for our Pasifika players to really show their worth on the global stage.
It'll be interesting to see what Jesse does here, because Marlon's sitting at this right link, and Marlon, again, he's a very good reader in this ball game.
The long ball goes over the top. Tuimaleli Whanu, he tried to look for the tap back. We haven't seen many tap backs this weekend. And if he could have pulled that one off, that would have been something spectacular.
He would have been back on the highlight reel.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, there was a game yesterday where he had a lovely left foot step out on the wing. And that was definitely one for the highlight reel with zero room to move. He had managed to evade the defender. So he's, definitely a standout in the Samoan squad. Indigenous now working their way towards their sub box. UJ Matthew, he loves to jink around, doesn't he? And he does it all with a smile on his face. That's such for. They just say, let's go forward, boys. There's a couple up their sleeve. Letuvai gets in the lane. Was he onside? Referee says yes. Although he was pushing the envelope a little bit.
Yeah, and he just read that well. And hopefully Samoa can get down here and capitalise on the back of it. Time might be against them now to put themselves in that, into an extra time. But it's how you finish. It's how you want to finish your campaign.
Absolutely. Similar to their women's side in the earlier game as our foot comes out of half. He's got it on the outside with his speed. Just needs to find an extra number. Can he find it? Gets the offload down. And great mirror defense from Chase Shaw. He's been in absolutely everything today for the Indigenous side. What about the pace from Ryder Arfook? And he found the extra attacker, but Chase Shaw, he stayed alive. And as that far middle on defense, sometimes you can switch off, but Chase Shaw stayed with it all the way to the end. He's had a good game.
He sure has, and he's going to be pushing that envelope for the player of the tournament, possibly. There's good players that have displayed over the weekend, but he's definitely going to be up there with the top. Absolutely,
and we know Teti's Club sponsoring that player of the tournament prize. Now Samoa looking to push forward here. They're really trying to push the envelope. They know they're trailing by 3, and as well as scoreboard pressure, they've got time pressure as well. Pati Sialapai working with Tui Malele Ifano, and that's just a sloppy roll the ball there. It's the 1%ers that's really proved the Achilles heel for the Samoan outfit. And unfortunately for them, or fortunately if you're an Indigenous fan, it looks like they will go through to the grand final. Here's Simpson takes the first one towards the middle of the field. Doak slowing things down. He's just such a relaxed player, isn't he, Marlon Doak? He just plays at his speed. And he doesn't need to go very fast in order for defenses to tremble. Now Lifu Bray coming on, working with Shaw, getting towards the 7-metre line, looking to set up a platform for Doak. He'll come down for a 4-on-3, throws the sinker ball over the top. That's the nail in the coffin. Marlon Doak showing his class there. He came out of half and just looped the ball over the top. The Indigenous cross for their 7th of the match.
Yeah, and that's the play you're looking to play late in the game. Jesse was in the lane, but just not that tall.
Yeah, but how hard is it to throw that sinker ball, especially when you're running at speed? And Marlon Doak just showed everyone exactly how you do it. 7-3 is the score at the moment. The Indigenous well and truly on their way to a grand final berth. And from the looks of it, as I glance over towards field 1, it looks like it will be against the Maori. So they'll play a second fixture in the grand final today, play for the second time. And with the draw that they played out earlier today, it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top in that final.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a spectacle. If it's anything we've seen over the last 2 days with the competitiveness of all the nations, and those two are going to go back, review some stuff from the game earlier this morning, and they're going to come out and put on a show for everyone.
And speaking of a show, the Indigenous have absolutely put one on here. It was a clinical display. They've run out winners in this Men's Open semi-final at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. 7-3 over Samoa. And buckle yourselves in for a great final, Ras.
Let's go and do it.
So join us after the break. This live stream on Field 2 has wrapped up for the day with that result. We'll cross over to Field 1 for the grand finals. Join us after the break.